On the 18th of July 2019, a 28-year-old man named Andrew Harper carefully wrote a short note inside of a card. He folded it neatly, slid it into its envelope, and then handed it to a close friend who was standing nearby. With the envelope in hand and clear instructions from Andrew, the friend left the room and started walking down the long hallway. They were inside a place called the Ardington House, this beautiful historic mansion built way back in the 1700s. It sits on about 30 acres of gardens and parkland about an hour west of London, deep in the English countryside. Andrew's friend walked the length of the mansion, found the room he was looking for, and gave a gentle knock on the door. After being welcomed inside, he walked straight over to a 28-year-old woman named Lissy Beckett and handed her the envelope. Lissy and Andrew had grown up in the same small town of Wallingford. It was a quiet, rural place about 10 miles away from where they were now at the Ardington House. They had met each other when they were just 15 years old, and from that moment on, they had been completely inseparable. It was one of those rare cases of true love at first sight. And now, 13 years later, after all that time, they were finally getting married. So, Lissy took the envelope from the friend. She instantly recognized Andrew's handwriting on the outside, and a smile spread across her face. She carefully opened the letter and read the simple message inside. It just said, "Life is slippery. Here, take my hand." Now, on the surface, this little note just seemed like a sweet, romantic gesture from a man to his fiancée on their wedding day. But in reality, those 7 words perfectly captured who Andrew Harper really was. He was a protector. For as long as Lissy could remember, Andrew had always been deeply concerned with her safety, and really the safety of anyone and everyone around him. He just had this innate need to make sure that people were taken care of. As Andrew grew older, he also grew bigger. He ended up being a massive 6 foot 5 inch tall man, and this physical presence only amplified his natural instinct to protect others. He was known for being incredibly charming, friendly, and easy to talk to, but everyone who knew him also knew that in an instant he could flip a switch. He could use his big frame to step in and defend anybody who needed it, no questions asked. It was just who he was. So it came as no surprise to Lissy, or anyone else for that matter, when Andrew decided at the age of 19 to become a special constable. A special constable is basically a volunteer police officer. He joined the Thames Valley Police Department, which was the same department that looked after his and Lissy's hometown of Wallingford and all the surrounding areas. He was so good at it, so dedicated, that just 1 year later, the department hired him on full-time as a regular police constable. He was now a full-fledged police officer. Over the next several years, Andrew's work ethic and his genuine passion for the job made him one of the most well-respected and well-liked officers on the entire force. He wasn't just doing a job, he was living out his calling. In fact, just a few weeks before he sent that wedding day letter to Lissy, he had earned a major promotion. He was assigned to the Roads Policing Unit within the Thames Valley Police. This was a big deal. It meant a whole host of new responsibilities, but more importantly, it meant that Andrew would now be one of the first officers to respond to any emergency call that came in. He was on the front lines. Of course, this meant his job just became significantly more dangerous. He would be heading into unknown, high-stakes situations on a daily basis. But for Andrew, that didn't matter. The risk was secondary. To him, the most important thing in the world was protecting people who were in trouble. This promotion just gave him a bigger, better opportunity to do exactly that. So back at the Ardington House, Lissy read the note again. "Life is slippery. Here, take my hand." She set it down on the table, a huge grin on her face, and finished getting ready. A little while later that afternoon, she and Andrew walked down the aisle. In front of all their family and their closest friends, they said, "I do." And that evening, after the newlyweds shared their first dance as a married couple, they both told each other, without a doubt, that this was the happiest day of their lives. They had their whole future ahead of them, a future they had been dreaming of since they were teenagers. 28 days later, on the night of the 15th of August, 2019, Andrew was on duty. He was partnered with another officer who, coincidentally, was also named Andrew. His partner's name was Andrew Shaw. The two of them were conducting a surveillance operation in a town called Reading, which is about a 30-minute drive south of their hometown, Wallingford. Just after 11 p.m., they decided it was finally time to wrap it up and head for home. Officially, their shift had ended 4 hours earlier at 7 p.m. But Andrew and his partner were the kind of dedicated, hard-working officers who regularly put in overtime. They knew the extra hours would help their unit and their cases, so they did it without complaint. But now, at 11 p.m., they were both totally exhausted. As they were yawning and packing up their gear, Shaw, who was in the driver's seat, started the engine of their unmarked BMW police car. Once it was running, he pulled away from the curb, and they started heading north, back towards their home base. At that exact same time, not far from where Andrew and Shaw had just been, a very distressed man was on the phone with 999, the UK's emergency number. He was telling the dispatcher that just a few moments earlier, a gray sedan had pulled up his long driveway and stopped right outside of his property. This man lived on a road called Admore Lane. It was a narrow, winding, one-lane country road with very little traffic, especially at night. There weren't many houses out there, so for any car to turn onto his property would have been unusual. For one to do it in the middle of the night was instantly alarming. As soon as the man saw the headlights creeping up his driveway, he had gone to his window to watch. He was trying to figure out what was going on. Maybe they were lost? Maybe they'd turned into the wrong driveway and would just turn around and leave. But to his horror, that's not what happened. The car stopped right outside his house. The doors opened and 3 masked men got out. They were all carrying what looked like weapons of some kind. At that point, the man frantically dialed 999. As he was trying to explain the terrifying situation to the dispatcher, he was still looking out the window, and he suddenly realized what they were after. He told the dispatcher he thought they were there to steal his quad bike. The quad bike was parked right outside of his detached garage, and he could see the 3 men walking directly towards it. The dispatcher assured him that police were already on the way. But the man was getting more and more agitated. He told the dispatcher, "I can't wait any longer. I'm going out there to confront them and stop them from taking my bike." The dispatcher immediately told him not to, yelling at him to stay in the house, reminding him that the men had weapons. But he wasn't listening. He ran to his front door and threw it open. By the time he was looking outside, though, it was too late. The gray car, the 3 masked men, they were all gone. And so was his quad bike. He went back inside and got back on the phone with the dispatcher, who told him again, "Just stay at your house. The police are on the way. They'll intercept that car and they'll get your quad bike back." Seconds later, a call went out over the police radio. It was a dispatch for all Thames Valley police units in the area. The call was to intercept a gray car on Admore Lane. The dispatcher advised that the occupants were 3 masked men, that they were armed and should be considered dangerous. When Andrew and Shaw heard this call, they knew a couple of things. First, they knew they weren't the only officers who could have taken it. There were other units closer, other units on duty. Second, they knew they had been off the clock for 4.5 hours. There was absolutely no expectation for them to respond. They could have, and probably should have, just continued driving home. But they didn't hesitate for a second. When that call came over the radio, the only thing they thought about was doing their job. So, Shaw whipped the unmarked BMW around and sped towards Admore Lane. He turned off the main road, called the A4, and onto the narrow country lane heading north. As soon as they turned onto that road, their car effectively blocked the entire lane. There was no room for anyone to pass. At this point, they were fully expecting the gray car with the masked men to come driving towards them at any second. They were now the roadblock. Andrew and Shaw knew as soon as they turned onto that road that a close quarters confrontation was almost guaranteed. But if you listen to the dash cam footage from the front of their car, which picked up their voices, there's no hint of nerves. There's no fear, no hesitation in their conversation. They are calm, professional, and focused. This is what they had trained for. This is what they did. They were ready. So, Shaw is driving up this winding road. It's pitch black out. The trees on either side hang over the road, creating this dark tunnel effect. They're driving along, scanning the darkness ahead, and then all of a sudden, you can see it on the dashcam footage. A pair of headlights appears way off in the distance. And then, in a flash, that car comes bombing down the road right at them. Both cars slam on their brakes, and you can hear the loud screeching of tires on the pavement in the dashcam audio. The car in front of them comes to a full stop. Shaw stops too, but then he inches the BMW forward just a little bit more before stopping completely. Now the two cars are facing each other, maybe only 10 or 15 feet apart. It's important to remember that Shaw and Andrew's car was unmarked, and they had intentionally kept their blue police lights off as they drove up Admore Lane. They didn't want the suspects to see the flashing lights from a distance and have time to turn around and escape. So now, here they are, face to face in the dark. Andrew and Shaw are looking at the vehicle. They can see that it's a gray sedan, which matches the description of the car they're looking for. And behind the gray sedan, they can see what looks like a quad bike being towed. This is it. This is the car. There's no doubt in their minds. Shaw immediately flips on the blue emergency lights. Andrew, who's in the passenger seat, throws his door open and starts yelling at the occupants of the other car, ordering them to stay where they are. But the men in the gray car don't listen. They know they've been caught. There's a police car blocking their only way out. Their reaction is pure panic. Suddenly, one of the masked men in the back seat of the gray car leaps out of his door. He runs around to the back of their car and unhooks the quad bike. At the same time, the driver of the gray car, without even waiting for the third man to get back inside, just floors it. He tries to drive forward, going on to the left side of Shaw and Andrew's car, basically trying to squeeze past them, even though there's nowhere to go but a deep ditch on the side of the road. But these guys are desperate. They're willing to do anything to get away. So the gray car lurches down into this ditch. It happens so fast that Andrew and Shaw can't do anything to stop it. At the same time, the third masked man, realizing he's about to be left behind, starts running around the right side of the police car, trying to circle around it the other way. And then, amazingly, just as this third man makes it around to the back of the police car, the gray car somehow manages to claw its way out of the ditch and get back onto the paved road. It starts speeding away from Shaw and Andrew. As it's driving away, the third man is just running down the road on foot, chasing after his own getaway car. Andrew sees this as an opportunity. He might be able to grab this third suspect who's out on foot, so he jumps out of the police car, turns, and starts sprinting down the road after them. Shaw is stuck. The road is too narrow for him to do a U-turn and drive after them. The only thing he can do is put the car in reverse, look over his shoulder, and start driving backwards down the road, trying to keep up. As Shaw is reversing, he can see the whole scene playing out through his rear window. He sees Andrew chasing the third masked man, who is in turn chasing the gray car. He's watching all of this unfold, and then something totally strange, something that seems to defy logic, happens. The third masked man suddenly leaps, as if he's trying to jump into the open window of the moving car. At the exact same moment, Andrew, who has closed the distance, kind of lunges forward to try and grab the man. And then, just as suddenly as it all happened, both men just vanish. They're gone. And the gray car just keeps driving and disappears into the darkness. Shaw is watching this, and he has no idea what he's just witnessed. He's thinking, Where did Andrew go? Where did the third guy go? What just happened? But he's still in reverse, he can't stop, so he just keeps driving backwards, his eyes scanning the empty road behind him. Finally, he reaches a spot in the road that's just wide enough for him to turn the car around. As he's maneuvering the vehicle, you can hear a call come over the dispatch radio. Someone is asking Shaw for a status update, asking what's going on. All Shaw can say is, my partner Andrew has gotten out of the vehicle and I've lost him. I don't know where he is. After Shaw finally gets the car turned around, he starts driving forward back down the same creepy dark road. But now, there's nothing. It's eerily quiet. Andrew is nowhere to be found. The suspect's car is gone. The third masked man is gone. There's no one. Shaw is just driving down the road, hoping that around the next bend, he's going to see his partner running on the side of the road, or maybe find him walking back towards him. But he doesn't see anything. As he was driving, what Shaw didn't realize at first was that there were things on the road, small things that belonged to Andrew. He didn't see them in the dark, but the dashcam footage would later reveal an awful trail. First, there was his wallet, lying on the asphalt. Then, a little further down, his police badge. Then, his driver's license and other ID cards. Then, one of his gloves. Then, a piece of black plastic that looked like it had been ripped off of Andrew's tactical vest. A little farther down the road, as Shaw is still driving and scanning the darkness, he does notice something in his headlights. He stops the vehicle and gets out. The air is still and silent on this pitch-black road. He walks up to the object and sees that it's Andrew's stab vest, the protective vest he wore over his chest. He picks it up, walks back to his car, and puts it in the passenger seat where Andrew had just been sitting. At this point, you can hear over the radio, people are still asking Shaw, what's going on? And you can hear the panic rising in Shaw's voice as he reports back, I've found Andrew's stab vest. It was on the side of the road. He can't make any sense of it. He has no idea why it would be there. And dispatch doesn't know what to make of it either. So Shaw just gets back in the car and continues driving down that dark road, his mind racing, trying to figure out what was happening. Meanwhile, less than a mile away, at the end of Admore Lane, where it connects back with the main road, the A4, two other Thames Valley police cars had arrived. They had gone to that intersection specifically to cut off the gray car as it fled. They were sitting there, waiting, and looking up Admore Lane when they saw headlights bombing towards them. It was the gray car. It came speeding out onto the A4, made a hard, screeching turn, and took off. One of the two police cars immediately took off in pursuit, chasing the gray car down the A4. But the other police car stayed right where it was. Because, unbelievably, they had just spotted Andrew. It turns out, when Shaw had first put the BMW in reverse and was watching the scene through his back window, what he saw was real. The third masked man had jumped towards the moving car, and he had successfully gotten inside. As for Andrew, the reason he suddenly vanished is truly horrific. The three masked men were 18-year-old Henry Long and two 17-year-olds, Albert Bowers and Jesse Cole. All three of them had extensive criminal records, even at their young age. They proudly called themselves career thieves, which basically just meant they spent their days and nights stealing from other people. That night, they had gone out with the specific intention of stealing that man's quad bike. It's not clear how they knew he had one, but they definitely came prepared. They knew they would have to get onto his property and tow the bike away very quickly before the homeowner had a chance to react. To do this, they had attached a long, very thick rope to the back of their gray car. It was basically a big loop of rope, almost like a lasso. When they pulled onto the man's property, they had backed their car up to the quad bike, looped that strap of rope over its handlebars, and then all three of them piled back into the car and sped off, dragging the bike behind them. But when they came face to face with Andrew and Shaw on Admore Lane, they panicked. The third man, Jesse Cole, was the one who hopped out of the car. He ran around to the back and unhooked the loop of rope from the quad bike, ditching it on the side of the road. This would make it easier for the gray car to make its getaway. Once the rope was free, the driver, Henry Long, took off without waiting for Jesse. So Jesse ran around the police car, caught up to the side of their now moving car, and leaped through the window. As soon as he was inside and Henry knew his friends were all back in the car, Henry hit the gas and accelerated hard. And standing there in the middle of all that chaos with both of his feet planted squarely inside of that loop of rope that was now dangling off the back of the gray car was Police Constable Andrew Harper. When the car suddenly accelerated, Andrew was violently swept off his feet. The rope cinched around his ankles and his legs. His head came back and smashed hard against the ground. And then he was dragged. He was dragged for 91 seconds at an average speed of 42.5 miles per hour down the entire length of Ardmore Lane. He was dragged for over a mile, whipping violently from side to side. He wasn't just being dragged along the ground, he was smashing into trees, into fence posts, into shrubs, anything and everything that lined that narrow country road. His body was being destroyed. It was only after they had dragged him for that entire mile that they finally reached the end of the road. When they pulled off Ardmore Lane and made that hard turn onto the A4, the centrifugal force of the turn swung Andrew's body around one last time. He smashed into a curb, which finally dislodged him from the rope and sent him careening into the middle of the road into oncoming traffic. At that exact moment, one of the two police cars that had been waiting there took off after the gray car in pursuit. But the officers in the other car, they saw Andrew. They saw him as he was thrown from the back of the speeding car and launched onto the A4. Initially, they actually thought the suspects were dragging a dead deer behind them. That's what it looked like from a distance, just a bloody, mangled carcass dangling behind the car. But when they ran up to see what it was, they realized with absolute horror that it was their colleague. It was Andrew. They immediately tried to save his life, performing CPR, doing everything they could. But Andrew's injuries were catastrophic. He had been torn apart. Andrew Harper died at 11:45 p.m. on the side of the A4, about 20 minutes after he and his partner had so selflessly decided to respond to that call, despite the fact they didn't have to. The three killers were arrested about an hour after Andrew died. A police helicopter had spotted their car hidden amongst some buildings about 4 miles away from where Andrew's body was found. During their trial, the three teenagers claimed that they had no idea that Andrew was attached to their tow rope as they sped down Ardmore Lane. They insisted it was a tragic accident. But the prosecution didn't buy it. They went out and meticulously recreated the exact scene that had played out. They used the same model of car, the same kind of tow rope, and a lifelike crash test dummy that was the same size and weight as Andrew Harper, 6'5" and around 200 pounds. They strapped the dummy to the back of the car in the same way Andrew had been caught, and they drove that same 1-mile stretch of road. The experts who conducted this recreation all said the same thing. It was nearly impossible to drive the car. As soon as the dummy would start to shift from one side to the other, it would tug and pull violently on the little gray car. Handling the car would have been a complete nightmare for the driver. Not only that, but the sound of Andrew's body grinding against the asphalt and smashing into trees and posts would have been extremely loud. The prosecution argued that there was absolutely no way that the three teens inside that car would not have known that a person was being dragged behind them. The prosecution also presented evidence that all along Ardmore Lane, they had found Andrew's blood on both sides of the road, high up in bushes and on trees. This indicated that the driver, Henry Long, must have been swerving violently from side to side as he drove. And according to the prosecution, the most likely reason for that was that he was trying to dislodge the person that was stuck on the back of his car. But the three teens never changed their story. They also never once said they were sorry for what happened. they showed absolutely no remorse. When the final verdict was read in court, they were found not guilty of murder. They were, however, found guilty of the lesser charge of manslaughter. For them, this was a huge victory because the sentences for manslaughter were so much shorter. When that verdict came back, the three teens were seen punching the air, cheering, and laughing in the courtroom. They were making a complete spectacle of themselves. After being led out of the courthouse, with Andrew Harper's devastated family watching them, they were smirking and smiling for the news cameras, waving, and just treating the entire tragedy like it was one big joke. To this day, none of them have ever apologized or expressed any regret for what they did. In fact, two of the killers, Jesse and Albert, have since come out publicly and said they plan to write a book about the crime, about killing Andrew Harper. And there's no indication that this book is being written because they feel bad. It seems it's being written as an opportunity to make money from their crime. Following the verdict, Andrew's wife, Lissy, was completely devastated. She was shattered not only by the loss of her husband of just 4 weeks, but also by what she saw as a total injustice. The fact that these three had not been convicted of murder was something she could not accept. She channeled her grief into action. She went on to lobby for years to pass a brand new law in the UK, which she called Harper's Law. This law would mandate an automatic life sentence for any criminal who killed an emergency worker while in the process of committing a crime. The law would not differentiate between manslaughter or murder. If you killed an emergency worker during a crime, you would go to jail for life. And this year, Harper's Law was officially passed. However, the new law will have no effect on the sentences of Andrew Harper's killers, as laws cannot be applied retroactively. Henry Long was sentenced to 16 years in prison. The other two, Albert Bowers and Jesse Cole, were each sentenced to 13 years. All three of them will be eligible for parole by the time they are 28 years old, which is the exact same age that Andrew was when they took his life. Thank you so much for watching. Let me know what you thought of today's episode in the comments. And remember, we have a whole playlist of true crime episodes ready for you to binge right now. Until next time. See ya. At the age of 18, Samantha Koenig was a lively young woman who was just beginning to figure out her life circumstances. James, her father, had been raising her as a single parent since she was just 2 years old. She was currently residing in Anchorage with her father. Their relationship was one of the closest in the world. In addition to being father and daughter, they were also devoted companions. He was extremely proud of the responsible and compassionate young woman she was developing into, and they shared everything with each other. A short while ago, Samantha had been successful in securing a position at the Common Grounds coffee kiosk. She was able to earn her own money and build her own future through this opportunity, which was a step toward independence. She was also romantically involved with a man named Dwayne. Despite the fact that they experienced highs and lows, they had a profound affection for one another, just like any other young couple. The way Samantha lived her life was very typical. It was packed with activities such as working, spending time with her father, and hanging out with her boyfriend and her friends. She was at that thrilling juncture in her life where all possibilities appeared to be open to her. On February 1st, Samantha had requested that her boyfriend Dwayne pick her up after her shift. This request was made the night before the barista discovered the shop in a very disorganized state. A full 30 minutes after her shift was supposed to end, Dwayne showed up in front of the kiosk at approximately 8:30 in the evening. This was a significant delay. The reason that Dwayne was running behind schedule was because he had been delayed at his own place of employment. Following his arrival at the parking lot, he looked around, but Samantha was nowhere to be found. Upon entering the coffee shop, he noticed that it was completely dark. At first glance, it appeared as though it had been shut down for the night. Consequently, Dwayne exited his truck and disembarked into the icy night air of Alaska. He then proceeded to approach the service window of the coffee shop. In an attempt to see who was inside, he pressed his face against the glass, but he was unable to see anyone. There were no people present. The argument that Dwayne and Samantha had gotten into earlier that evening immediately came to the forefront of his mind. Everything had been resolved through a text message. He had been kind of nonchalant about it, acting as if he didn't really care about having cheated on her, and she had accused him of cheating on her. What followed was a very unpleasant argument that took place over their respective phones. Consequently, as Dwayne made his way back to his truck, he asked himself, perhaps Samantha simply did not want to see me because of the fight they had. Perhaps, at the conclusion of her shift, she simply requested a ride home by calling either her father or a friend. It would make sense for her to not be there waiting for him if that were the case. A certain degree of logic could be drawn from it. After that, Dwayne got back into his truck and gave Samantha a text message in which he simply inquired about her well-being and whether or not she had arrived at her residence. However, after a number of minutes had passed without her providing any kind of response, Dwayne finally began to feel concerned. His girlfriend was still very important to him, despite the fact that they were fighting with each other. He made up his mind that he needed to pay a visit to her residence in order to verify that she was present and that she was in a secure location. After a few minutes had passed, he brought his vehicle up to her residence. The door was knocked on by him as he approached it. The response came from her father, James. Dwayne informed Samantha in a hurry that he had not seen her since the end of her shift, and he was simply concerned about whether or not she had arrived home safely. However, James informed him that she was not present. According to him, he was clueless about her whereabouts and had not communicated with her. James invited the two men to join him in his kitchen, where they sat down. In an effort to uncover Samantha's whereabouts, the two of them began sending and receiving texts and calls on her mobile device. While this was going on for a couple of minutes, Dwayne's phone suddenly started to light up. It turned out to be a text message sent by Samantha. This was made abundantly clear by the message, which indicated that she was still very upset with Dwayne. On the other hand, it was also stated that she required some time to reflect and that she was going to spend a few days with some mates. He, Dwayne, was asked to let her father know where she was at the end of the text message. The text message was displayed to Dwayne without delay. 1. James. An overwhelming feeling of unease engulfed Samantha's father as he took a look at it. Samantha did not behave in a manner that was even remotely similar to this. Since she was a young child, he had been her entire world, and she had given him everything she had. The two of them shared everything with one another. The fact that she refrained from getting in touch with him directly to let him know that she was going to be with friends was completely inexplicable. The fact that she was clearly in possession of her phone and was making use of it made it even less logical for her to ignore all of his worried phone calls and text messages. In an effort to achieve their goal of obtaining additional information from Samantha, the two men stayed up extremely late that night, calling and texting her numerous times. However, she did not send a response. None of her texts were ever returned. James went straight to the Anchorage Police Department the following morning with the intention of filing a missing person report for his only daughter. This was done after neither of them had received any additional messages. The owner of the Common Grounds coffee shop was contacted by an officer from the Anchorage Police Department after receiving this report. The officer wanted to inquire about Samantha. Further investigation revealed that the proprietor had just received a call from their morning barista. It was reported to the officer by the proprietor that their employee had just informed them about a robbery that had occurred at the kiosk. The money was gone, the place was a mess, and Samantha could not be reached by anyone. Furthermore, nobody could identify her. There was no one who knew where she was. The proprietor made a commitment to the law enforcement officer that she would immediately share the surveillance footage from the previous evening with the department as soon as she was able to obtain it. A number of officers started the routine work of calling Samantha's friends and other members of her family to inquire as to whether or not they knew where she was while the police were waiting for this crucial footage. However, the situation was the same in every location that they called. There was no one who had heard from her. There was no one who knew where she was. Absolutely no one possessed any information at all. A number of additional law enforcement officers went to the coffee kiosk located on Common Grounds in order to get a better look at the situation for themselves. The moment they arrived, they discovered that there was no indication of a struggle taking place, either outside or inside the kiosk. According to forensic standards, it appeared to be clean. Additionally, there was a panic button located inside underneath the counter. There was no pressure applied to it. The police started working under the most likely theory they had, despite the fact that Samantha's father was convinced that there was something very wrong with the last text message she sent. They believed that Samantha had robbed the kiosk on her own and then left of her own accord as a result of her actions. It was a plausible explanation. After a disagreement with her boyfriend, a dissatisfied teenage worker steals the money and flees for a few days to get some space and time to settle down. On the other hand, the police were perplexed by the question of how Samantha could have physically escaped the coffee shop. Due to the fact that she did not possess a vehicle on that particular evening, she was unable to simply retreat. Especially at night, Anchorage is not a city that is conducive to walking, and the weather was extremely miserable and cold outside. If Samantha was telling the truth in her text message, that she was just taking a couple of days off to spend time by herself with some friends, then it can be questioned why none of her friends were aware of her whereabouts. When the proprietor of the coffee shop made the surveillance footage available to the authorities later that day, this important question was answered. On February 1st, the night Samantha went missing, the footage, which was not accompanied by any audio, was captured at approximately 8 o'clock in the evening. The image displayed Samantha working inside the kiosk. It was just her working by herself. At the same time that she appeared to be happy, she was busy serving customers. Someone who is not visible to us, someone who is beyond the range of the camera, then approaches the window and places an order for a beverage at some point in time. Samantha can be seen in the video clearly turning to them, acknowledging their order, and then turning back to her station to begin making the drink they have ordered. After that, when she has completed the process of making it, she returns to the window in order to hand it to the individual in question. At that very moment, everything undergoes a transformation. Immediately, Samantha takes a step back from the window and raises her arms in a sign of yielding to the situation. After that, a few seconds later, she reaches over and turns off all of the lights inside the kiosk, thereby completely obliterating the small space that was previously available. In the next step, she lowers herself to her knees and faces the window with her back to it. She maintains that position for approximately 1 minute, during which time she does not speak and does not move. This is followed by her slowly rising to her feet and making her way down the length of the kiosk in the direction of the cash register. She then walks back to the window and appears to hand the cash to a shadowy figure that is on the other side of the window. She opens it up, she takes some money out of it, and then she walks back towards the window. After that, Samantha goes back to her knees and kneels again, this time with her back to the window. Just 2 more minutes have passed. Following that, the individual who is standing outside the window leans their entire upper body inside the coffee shop area. Samantha's hands appear to be tied behind her back as they reach down and appear to be tying them. The footage becomes extremely grainy and difficult to make out as a result of the fact that it was suddenly dark inside the kiosk. In spite of the fact that it was fairly obvious that this figure was a male, there was no way to determine who it was. He wore a large dark sweatshirt and a hat that was pulled down low over his face with the intention of concealing any features that might have been visible. This mysterious individual, once he has finished tying Samantha's hands, then leaps through the service window and into the kiosk in its entirety. After that, he closes the window all the way behind him. He assists Samantha in standing up. A weapon that appears to be a gun is inserted into her back by him. After that, he commands her to leave the employee door, walk across the parking lot, and proceed all the way to a white pickup truck. The two of them then drive off into the night after he has placed her inside the vehicle and taken the driver's seat. In light of this new information, the hypothesis that Samantha had fled was completely demolished. There was a kidnapping occurred. After being called in to assist with the investigation, the police and the FBI continued to run into dead ends after dead ends over the course of the subsequent couple of days. The scene was devoid of any tangible evidence that could be found there. The surveillance footage was the only thing they had, and it was simply too grainy to determine who the person was who had taken Samantha. James, Samantha's father, had, in the meantime, successfully garnered the support of nearly all 300,000 people who resided in Anchorage. In addition to organizing search parties, he distributed flyers with information about missing persons throughout the city. Due to the magnitude of his efforts, major news organizations from all over the country were interested in covering them. Suddenly, the story of his daughter had captured the attention of national news outlets all over the world. As a result of this, people from all over the world contributed thousands of dollars to a reward fund that was established for anyone who had information regarding Samantha's situation. However, despite the fact that this reward was increasing in size on a daily basis and that the national news media was becoming increasingly interested in the case, no one brought forward any information that could have been helpful in bringing about a change. To add insult to injury, Samantha never again communicated with either her father or Dwayne. The phone of Dwayne beeped on the 24th of February, which was a full 3 weeks after Samantha had been reported missing. Upon looking down, he discovered a text message that had been sent from Samantha's number. He was being directed to a specific sign that was located within a public park that was located nearby. Both Dwayne and James read this text as soon as it was received, and they immediately forwarded it to the government agency. After that, they both hurried to the park, and they outpaced the law enforcement officers who were there by approximately 15 minutes. After passing through the gates, Dwayne and James began walking down the main trail, their eyes searching for the sign that was mentioned in the text on the trail. As they approached it, they came to a halt. It turned out to be a bulletin board for the general public. Not only that, but there was also a Ziploc bag attached to that bulletin board. A ransom note that had been typed was found inside the bag. Furthermore, a black and white photograph of Samantha was printed on the ransom note, which was literally photocopied onto the paper. In this photograph, Samantha appeared to be in a state of confusion. It appeared as though she was not paying attention to the camera, and her face was completely expressionless. It appeared as though she was looking slightly to the side. Furthermore, the date of the 13th of February 2012 was visible in this photograph, which depicted a man's hand holding a copy of the Anchorage Daily News newspaper. The photograph in question is referred to as a proof-of-life photograph. As of the 13th of February, Samantha's captor was indicating that she was still alive by holding up that newspaper. All of the people who were involved in the investigation, including Samantha's father, who was in a desperate situation, experienced this strange and complicated sensation. The fact that Samantha was still alive, at least as of about a week and a half ago, was a wave of relief, despite the fact that the situation was still unbearable. James was instructed to immediately deposit $30,000 into his daughter's bank account, which was one of the demands that was included in the ransom note. According to the note, she would be released 6 months after he did that, if he chose to do that. Following the advice of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, James transferred a small amount of the ransom money into the account of his daughter. After that, the FBI did nothing but wait and pay attention. They had the ability to monitor the location of the debit card in the event that someone attempted to withdraw money from that account. After a few days had passed, the trap was successful. Within the city of Anchorage, 3 separate withdrawals were made from 3 different automated teller machines. In spite of this, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, FBI, would rush to the location whenever they received a notification about one of these withdrawals. However, the person who had made the withdrawal would normally have already left by that point. The individual who was making the withdrawals was a man who was wearing a ski mask and large sunglasses when they pulled the security footage from these 3 different automated teller machines. They were bereft of any means of identifying him. A period of more than a week passed, during which the account remained silent following these initial withdrawals. There was no communication from Samantha during that time period, and her captor did not make any new demands. The following day, on March 7th, additional withdrawals were made. However, this time they were in the state of Arizona. The next state is New Mexico. Later, in the state of Texas. Once more, the authorities would rush to these automated teller machines, but they would always arrive just a few moments after the man in the mask and sunglasses had completely disappeared. This time, however, there was a break in the action. They were able to identify the vehicle that this individual was getting into before he left because it was captured on one of the surveillance videos from one of the Texas automated teller machines. It was a white Ford Focus, a compact sedan, and it was white. They witnessed him departing, heading in an easterly direction on a highway in Texas. Consequently, a warning was issued to all of the authorities in that region of Texas, requesting that they keep a watchful eye out for this unique automobile. Without a doubt, on March 13th, a highway patrolman from the state of Texas became aware of the vehicle. A hotel parking lot was where it was parked at the time. As a man in his 30s emerged from one of the hotel rooms, descended the stairs, and entered the vehicle, the officer waited nearby, out of sight, until the man walked out of the room. In an attempt to find any reason at all to pull him over, the patrolman started his engine and just kind of followed him around. As he was observing the Ford Focus with his radar gun, he became aware that the driver was exceeding the speed limit by only 2 miles per hour. That covered everything. Immediately after turning on his lights, he brought the vehicle to a stop. The officer exited the vehicle and approached the window on the driver's side of the vehicle. There was already a window that was down. The man who was inside was very composed. A license from Alaska was presented to the patrolman after he was asked for it by the officer. He was known by the name Israel Keys. He was 34 years old and he resided in Anchorage at the particular time. This was the individual that the patrolman recognized. Before long, they were searching Keys's vehicle after he called for assistance, and they were already there. A ski mask and other items of clothing that matched the description of the individual who was withdrawing money from all of those different ATMs were discovered in the trunk of the vehicle after it was searched. Additionally, they discovered a firearm in addition to Samantha's debit card and mobile phone on the premises. Keys denied having any involvement with Samantha's disappearance after he was arrested and taken into custody a short time later. However, after being confronted with the overwhelming evidence that was placed against him, he eventually gave in. His response was affirmative, and he promised to provide them with the complete account of what transpired with Samantha. But he was subject to a few restrictions. In order to satisfy his needs, they were required to purchase an Americano coffee, a peanut butter Snickers bar, and a cigar. He started talking as soon as he had those things in his possession. On top of that, the FBI has not yet made public the complete transcript of his confession, despite the fact that what he said was both disturbing and graphic. As far as the information that was made public is concerned, this is the version of events. At the beginning of February in the year 2012, Israel Keys made the decision that he was going to rob the Common Grounds coffee kiosk. He approached the window anticipating that there would be a young person there working, and he was correct in his assumption. In fact, it was Samantha. As she turned her back to make his drink, he asked her for an Americano, and all of a sudden his plan turned out to be different. He made the decision that he would not simply walk into this coffee shop and steal money from there. It was his intention to take Samantha away from this coffee shop for himself. When she returned with his drink and handed it to him, he removed his gun from his pocket and pointed it at her in a stealthy manner. He explained to her that this was a robbery. That was the moment when she retreated and raised her hands in the air. Immediately, he gave her the order to turn off the lights. After that, he made her kneel down. Following the transfer of the funds, he bound her hands with a rope. After jumping inside the kiosk and closing the window, he allegedly stuffed napkins into her mouth so that she was unable to make any sound. He told the investigators that he did this. After that, he dragged her out of the house, across the parking lot, and into his truck, and then they drove off toward the destination. He removed the napkins from her mouth once they were inside the vehicle, and he warned her that he would kill her if she attempted to flee or if she tried to signal for help to anyone. He also threatened to kill her if she tried to flag down anyone. He stated that she was very obedient to him. She was obviously going through a terrifying experience, but she was doing her best to maintain her composure. Keys reached over and grabbed her phone at some point during the conversation that was taking place. That text message was sent by him to her boyfriend, Dwayne, informing him that she was going to be spending a couple of days with friends and that he should inform her father about it. He was the one who delivered the message. Following that, Keys informed Samantha that he was going to attempt to obtain some ransom money by holding her as a hostage with him. Samantha disclosed to Keys that her family was extremely impoverished and that he would not be able to profit from them to a significant degree. "Don't worry about it," Keys just said, "because I am confident that they will find a way to raise money and that they will find a way to come up with it." After that, they drove around Anchorage for a number of hours, stopping once in a while to allow Samantha to exit the vehicle and relieve herself, and more than once to allow Keys to enjoy a cigar. Keys then made his way back to his own house, which was around midnight at the time. As he pulled into his driveway, he approached Samantha and turned to face her. In order to get her to lie down on the floor, he instructed her to take the back seat. Then, in order to conceal her, he covered her with some tarps. It was repeated to her that he would kill her if she attempted to flee from him. After that, Keyes exited the truck and made his way inside his residence, leaving his girlfriend and his daughter, who was 10 years old at the time, sound asleep. In just a few hours, Keyes and his daughter were scheduled to fly to New Orleans for a luxury cruise that would last for 2 weeks. This was just a brief stop for him because they were going to be there already. Following his departure from his residence, Keyes returned to his truck. After putting on a blindfold, he led Samantha down the driveway to a small shed that was located in his backyard. Once they were inside, he positioned her on top of a bucket that was turned upside down in the back corner. She was effectively pinned to the wall after he wrapped a rope around her neck and anchored each end of the rope to the wall behind her. This allowed him to do what he wanted to do. In spite of the fact that he had repeatedly reminded her that he would kill her if she made any noise, Keyes turned his radio all the way up to ensure that it would cover up any noise that she might make. And he described her as being very obedient in general. Subsequently, he provided her with a couple of cigarettes to smoke and assured her that everything was going to fine. He was going to get the ransom money from her family, and as soon as that was done, he was going to let her go. Meanwhile, he told her to just relax and not worry about anything. After he had finished leaving and locked the door, he turned on some space heaters in order to maintain a warm environment inside the shed. After returning to his residence, he made sure that both his daughter and his girlfriend were still sleeping before going back to his bedroom. Yes, they were. Following that, he began to relax by drinking some wine and engaging in other activities. After waiting for a short while, he reached for a cup of water and then returned to the shed where he had been. After going inside, he handed Samantha the water that he had brought with him. It was said that Samantha had a very calm demeanor. The fact that she was obviously terrified did not prevent her from asking him, "Have you talked to my father? Have you been able to figure out the situation with the ransom?" And Keyes confirmed to her that he had indeed discussed the matter with her father, and that everything was proceeding without any difficulty. He informed her that her father was going to raise the necessary funds, that they were going to get her out of there, and that everything was going according to everything that had been planned. Next, he approached Samantha and unscrewed the 2 anchors that were holding the rope against her throat. He then proceeded to walk away from her. He then proceeded to cut the zip ties that were attached to her wrists, which enabled her to relax and sit forward, thereby providing her with a brief moment of relief. And it was abundantly clear that Samantha was satisfied with the outcome. This nightmare was about to come to an end for her. But then, a few seconds later, Keyes grabbed her in a very aggressive manner and tied her up all over again, this time in a manner that was significantly more thorough and significantly more tightly applied. It was all a cruel trick that had been played. When he removed her restraints and undid the rope, he did so with the sole intention of observing her behavior and determining how she would respond if she believed that she was being released from her bond. When in fact, he was never going to let her go, he was adamant about it. There was no demand for a ransom. He had not communicated with her father in any way. The entire thing was a massive and dreadful lie. As Keyes was tying her up for the second time, he looked at her face and noticed that she had a look of complete resignation on her face. Keyes told the investigators that he watched her face. She was aware of what was going to take place to her, according to him. Following the completion of the tying up of the woman, Keyes exited the shed and secured it behind him. His daughter, who was 10 years old at the time, and his girlfriend were both still asleep when he went inside his house to check on them one more time. He returned to the shed after he had established that they were. This time, when he went inside, it smelled like urine and sweat. He opened it up and went inside, and when he did so, after looking down at Samantha, he noticed that she was in a state of terror. She was assaulted by him as he approached her and began to attack her. Samantha looked up at him with a very stoic expression and asked, "Are you going to kill me?" after he had finished his work and was standing over her while he was putting his clothes back on. In response, he stated, "Yes, I am." As he put on his leather gloves, she attempted to dissuade him from doing it, but he insisted that there was no other way out of the situation. In his statements to the investigators, Keyes would express his admiration for Samantha's bravery throughout the investigation. Back in the spring of 1978, A 16-year-old girl named Bridget Geiger was sitting in her bedroom in Ohio, staring at her prom dress. It was a beautiful dress, and she had spent weeks looking forward to this night, but as the date drew closer, she felt a heavy sense of disappointment. She did not have a date to the prom, and she had been worried that she would have to miss the event entirely. But then, a boy from her school named Jeffrey had asked her to go. Bridget was not particularly excited to go with Jeffrey. He was known around school for being incredibly quiet, highly unusual, and extremely nervous around girls. She figured it was going to be an incredibly awkward date, but nobody else had asked her, and she really wanted to go to her high school prom. So, she said yes. On the night of the prom, Bridget got dressed and waited on her front porch. When Jeffrey finally showed up, she was immediately disappointed. He was wearing this odd ensemble of a vest and a bow tie as opposed to the standard tuxedo that she was anticipating him wearing. They did not match at all, and it was clear from the start that they were on two completely different pages. He was also so nervous that he was visibly shaking. His hands were trembling so badly that he could not pin her corsage to her dress. Seeing how much he was struggling and how tense the situation was, Bridget's mom had to come out of the house and put the corsage on for her. After the corsage was finally on, Bridget's mom wanted to take some photos of them. They stood together on the front lawn, but they were incredibly stiff. They looked like two strangers who had been forced to stand next to each other for a photograph. After her mom took a couple of very awkward photos, they ultimately got into Jeffrey's car and headed off for the prom. When they arrived at the school, Bridget immediately wanted to go onto the dance floor to see her other friends. She hoped that being around a larger group of people would lighten the mood and make things less awkward because she was really not having a good time with Jeffrey so far. But she did stay with him, and as they walked around, it became very clear that Jeffrey absolutely hated being at the prom. He hated being around this swarming group of teenagers, and the loud music and bright lights seemed to make him incredibly anxious. Bridget felt kind of bad for him and said, "Hey, Jeffrey, do you want to go sit down and just grab a bite to eat over at the little food cart they have here?" Jeffrey looked incredibly relieved. He looked at her and said, "Yes, I would love to do that." And so the pair left the loud dance floor and walked over to the quiet food court area. As they were about to sit down, Jeffrey pulled the chair out for Bridget. She sat down, and he kind of pushed her in like a gentleman. But then, instead of sitting down with her, Jeffrey just walked away without telling her where he was going. Bridget assumed he was just going to the bathroom, but after a really long amount of time had passed, it was clear he had not just gone to the bathroom. She got up to go look for him. She went onto the dance floor, but she could not find him in the building. And so she went outside to see if maybe his car was gone. She thought maybe he had just left her there and driven home. But when she looked, she saw his car was still in the parking lot. When she turned around to go back into the building, she saw Jeffrey sitting on a curb all by himself, just eating McDonald's cheeseburgers. She walked over to him and asked, "What are you doing out here?" Jeffrey looked up and told her that he had just wanted to step outside and get a couple of cheeseburgers, and then he was going to come back and sit with her while she ate. But the school staff would not let him back into the building because of their strict rules about leaving. And so he had just gone back to McDonald's, got more cheeseburgers, and decided to wait there on the curb until she came outside. Now that she was outside, she could not get back in either. So she just sighed and said, "Hey, I would like to just go home." Jeffrey was mortified. He told her, "I am so sorry. I wanted this to be a nice evening for you, and I am sorry it was not." He drove her home, said goodbye, and she walked into her house. He drove off, and that was that. Bridget only saw Jeffrey one more time after that night. It was about a week after the prom, and Jeffrey actually invited her to come over to his house for what he was calling a house party. Bridget was very skeptical. She thought to herself, there is no way this kid is throwing a house party. He can barely stand to be around just me, let alone a crowd of people. But she wanted to be polite, so she said, "Sure, I would love to come to your house party." When she arrived, she realized her instincts were entirely correct. There was no food, there was no music, and there were only about 3 people there. And as soon as she walked in, all Jeffrey wanted to do was have a seance and communicate with the devil. Bridget was so immediately creeped out by Jeffrey's behavior that after only a couple of minutes, she just turned around and left his house. She did not see him again after that day. Well, she did not see him again until 13 years later when she would read about him in the newspaper. 13 years later, on the 22nd of July 1991, Milwaukee, Wisconsin police spotted a man named Tracy Edwards running down the road in handcuffs. They ran over to him and asked what was going on. Tracy was terrified. He said that a man was holding him hostage in his apartment and had threatened to kill him. Tracy explained that he had been able to overpower the man and escape, and now he was running for his life. The police went to the apartment that Tracy had escaped from, walked up to the door, and knocked. The door opened, and the police were confronted by a tall man who introduced himself as Jeffrey. He told the police that this was all a big misunderstanding. He said that Tracy was a friend of his, and he did not know what had gotten into him. The police were actually close to believing him. They would even say later that Jeffrey was incredibly convincing, calm, and polite. But as they were talking to him, one of the officers kind of looked behind Jeffrey into his apartment. On the coffee table in the living room, the officer saw what were clearly pictures of dismembered body parts. The police immediately moved in and arrested Jeffrey. When his apartment was fully searched, a complete house of horrors was revealed. In addition to the photos of body parts, the apartment itself was littered with human remains. There were several human heads in the freezer and the refrigerator. In his bedroom, there was a massive 57-gallon drum containing more dead bodies that were decomposing in harsh chemicals. There was also undeniable evidence that suggested Jeffrey was eating his victims. Jeffrey lived in a crowded apartment complex, and other neighbors had complained about this awful putrid smell coming from his room. But he had been able to explain it away and convince everybody that his freezer had broken and it was just some bad meat. However, the most horrifying revelation about how Jeffrey was able to conceal these horrible crimes in the middle of a busy city apartment would come a few days later during the investigation. Apparently, 2 months before Gersie Edwards had run out of the apartment in handcuffs, another boy had managed to leave the apartment in handcuffs and was running down the road. Police officers stopped him, but the boy could not really speak. He was dazed, confused, and was not able to articulate why he was there or what he was doing. As the police were talking to him, Jeffrey came running up the road. He flagged the officers down, thanked them for finding his boyfriend, and said they had just gotten into a lover's quarrel and everything was fine now. And so the police shrugged it off. They said no problem, and they even gave Jeffrey and the boy a ride back to the apartment. They watched them go inside, and then the police left. But if the police had paid just a little bit more attention, they would have seen there was a small hole drilled in the back of the boy's head. Jeffrey had been pouring acid into this kid's head to try to control his mind, and that was why the boy could not speak. And as soon as the police let them go back into the apartment, Jeffrey killed the boy. It turns out that Jeffrey, Bridget's prom date, was none other than the infamous serial killer Jeffrey Dahmer, who killed 17 people over a 13-year period. Just days after the picture was taken of Jeffrey and Bridget standing on her lawn right before they headed off to the prom together, Jeffrey Dahmer would kill his very first victim and start his 13-year killing spree. Dahmer was ultimately given multiple life sentences, but in 1994, he was killed by another inmate while serving his time in prison. And so, while some monsters hide in the open in crowded apartment buildings, others seem to manifest in the absolute silence of the deep woods. Fast forward to January of 2004, where a 16-year-old girl named Misty Tasker was living a typical life as an American teenager in Live Oak, Florida. Live Oak is a very small, rural town right in the middle of the state, surrounded by dense forests and dirt roads. One Saturday evening in January, Misty and her mother attended a local church service. Afterwards, they hopped into her mother's pickup truck, got onto the country highway, and began making their way home. Their house was just a 20-minute drive down this highway. It was a straight shot, but this highway was incredibly desolate. There were no streetlights, and despite being called a highway, it was actually a dirt road. It was just thick, dark forest on both sides of the road the entire way, with no buildings or houses between the church and their neighborhood. Misty's mother was already a very anxious driver who would always keep both hands tightly on the steering wheel. She would sit up, hunch over the wheel, and keep her eyes intently focused on the road ahead. But at night, her driving anxiety would shoot through the roof because she had really bad eyesight, which made it difficult for her to judge distances in the dark. Because of this, she went to great lengths to never drive at night. But the church service they had just come from had run a little bit long, and so now Misty's mother was driving with the sun starting to set. She was going as fast as she could to try to get home before it got too dark. As they were bombing down this dirt road at about 55 miles per hour, despite it being a 40-mile-per-hour zone, Misty, who was in the passenger seat, just happened to look over at her mother for no particular reason. And as she was looking at her, she noticed out her mother's side window, it looked like there was a little girl sitting on the side of the road. Misty was confused. What would a young child be doing out here in the middle of nowhere? She turned to her mom and said, "Mom, I think I just saw a little girl." But her mother, who was high up on the wheel and completely focused on her stressful driving, did not hear Misty the first time. She was just staring at the road, trying to get them home. And so Misty said it again, louder. "Mom, I think I just saw a little girl. We need to go back. I don't know what she is doing out here, but I feel like we need to go back and make sure she is okay." Misty's mom looked over at her. She was not prepared to turn the car around. Turning around meant staying out later, and it meant she would have to drive in even darker conditions, which she absolutely hated. And so she looked at Misty and said, "Did you really see someone? Because we really need to get home." And Misty said, "Mom, I am pretty sure I saw a little girl. We have to go back." Finally, Misty's mother, though she was very annoyed, stopped the truck. She performed a careful three-point turn on the narrow dirt road and began driving back up the road towards where they had come from. They had only made it about half a mile from where Misty believed she had seen the girl. And so, pretty quickly, they slowed down because Misty said, "I think she is in this area." They both began scanning the right side of the road, which was where the girl would be now that they had turned around. It was starting to get very dark outside, but there was still enough light, and they had their headlights, so they were confident they would be able to spot her. As they were slow rolling down the road, they both saw the girl a little ways up on the right-hand side. Her back was completely turned to the road. She had her knees tucked up tightly to her chest, and she was slowly rocking back and forth in the dirt. Misty's mother made a comment that it was extremely surprising that this girl was out here. There was really nothing around. There were no houses, no buildings, and no trails to be walking on. It was just thick, overgrown forest on both sides of the road. She thought it was very strange that this girl would be out here, especially since there was absolutely no other traffic on this road. Misty's mother began slowly rolling the truck up to her. She told her daughter that instead of just stopping right away, they should drive past her first to get a good look at her, and then they would turn around and see if she needed any help. As they got right up next to her, they realized she was not a little girl. She was a young teenager, but definitely not a child. And as they drove right past her, they expected her to turn around and acknowledge the truck creeping up on her. After all, if you are sitting alone on the side of a deserted road in the dark and a large vehicle slowly rolls up next to you, you would naturally look to see who it is. But the girl did not acknowledge them at all. She did not look up. She just continued to keep her knees up to her chest, rocking slowly back and forth. Misty and her mother were a little bit freaked out by this behavior, but they stuck to their plan. They drove past her about 50 yards, and then Misty's mother did another three-point turn. When they turned around and looked back down the road, where the girl should now be on their left-hand side, they were oriented back towards their house. But when the headlights swept over the spot, she was not there anymore. It was now almost completely pitch dark outside, and all they had to light the area were the truck's headlights. Misty told her mom, "Drive up a little ways. Maybe she stood up and moved, and we just cannot see her because she is not in the path of the headlights." And so Misty's mom began driving slowly down the road, turning the truck slightly to the left to shine the headlights more into the trees on that side. But there was no sign of the girl. For good measure, they turned slightly to the right to shine the lights into the woods on the other side of the road, but there was still no sign of her. And so Misty and her mother just slow rolled back down the highway, keeping their eyes peeled on both sides. But after traveling for several minutes at about 5 miles per hour and seeing no sign of the girl, they decided that she must have just gone back into the woods and returned to wherever it was she came from. Misty's mom began picking up speed again, relieved to be on their way home. Before long, they had gone about 2 or 3 miles away from where they had seen the girl, and they were coming up to a 4-way intersection with stop signs all around. As they were getting close to the intersection, Misty's mother suddenly let out a gasp and slammed on the brakes. There, on the other side of the intersection, on the right-hand side of the road, was the exact same girl. She was sitting on the side of the road, her back to the highway, her knees pulled up to her chest, slowly rocking back and forth. Misty's mother pulled up to the stop sign and just sat there, the truck idling. Both women were completely stunned by what they were looking at. They had just seen this girl 2 or 3 miles back down the road. It was physically impossible for her to have traveled all the way up here on foot in the time it had taken them to drive. There was no way. Misty's mother looked at her daughter and whispered, "Do you think it is a different girl?" And Misty, shaking with fear, said, "No, Mom. That is the exact same girl." They just sat there in silence for a minute, the terror starting to sink in. Misty began to panic. She turned to her mom and pleaded, "Mom, don't stop. I have a really bad feeling about this girl. I don't know what is going on, but you cannot stop next to her. Just keep driving." But Misty's mom, although she was definitely weirded out by the situation, did not feel good about abandoning a young teenager in the middle of the night on the side of a highway. Even though she felt hesitant herself, she told Misty, "We have to at least drive past her and ask if she is okay. That is the least we can do." Misty was absolutely terrified now. She screamed, "Mom, do not stop! I have a bad feeling about this. Don't stop near her." But her mother let her foot off the brake and began to slow roll past the intersection towards the girl. At this point, Misty was in a state of pure panic. She took her seatbelt off, slid down off the passenger seat, and curled up in the footwell right in front of her seat. She closed her eyes tight, covered her ears with her hands, and continued to beg her mother to please just keep going and not stop. But her mother continued on until she brought the truck to a complete stop right next to the girl, who was still sitting there with her back to the road, her knees up, rocking back and forth. She still was not acknowledging the truck at all. Misty's mother turned to her daughter and said, "Please, roll down your window." But Misty refused. She stayed huddled in the footwell in the fetal position, crying and begging her mother to please just go home. Frustrated and scared, Misty's mother reached across the passenger seat, stretching over Misty, and grabbed the manual window crank. She began rolling the window down. Misty, who was lying in the footwell, remembers sitting there with her eyes closed, crying and covering her ears. She opened her eyes and looked up at her mother, who was leaning over the seat towards the open window. Her mother called out to the girl, asking if she was okay. And then Misty saw her mother suddenly recoil in absolute horror. Her mother let out a blood-curdling scream, threw the truck into drive, and slammed her foot on the gas pedal. They took off like crazy, flying down the dirt road. Misty jumped back up onto the passenger seat, looking at her mother in terror. She screamed, "What is happening?" "What just happened? What did you see?" Her mother had her hand pressed tightly over her mouth. She was speeding down the road, crying, and she was shaking so badly she could barely keep the truck on the road. She looked at Misty, but she seemed to have completely lost the ability to speak. Misty kept asking, "What did you see? What happened?" Finally, her mother managed to whisper, "She didn't have a face, Misty. She didn't have a face. It was just hollow. There was nothing on her face when she looked at me." Misty screamed, and both of them sobbed in terror as they sped the rest of the way home. They arrived at their house a couple of minutes later, running inside and practically falling over each other to lock the door behind them. As soon as they were safe inside, Misty's mom called 911. She did not even know how to describe what they had just seen. She knew it would sound completely crazy to tell the police that they had seen a faceless girl rocking by the highway. So she just told the dispatcher that they had seen a young girl on the side of the road who looked like she needed help. The police went out and searched that entire stretch of the highway, but they found absolutely nothing. There was no trace of anyone ever being out there, and the identity of the rocking girl remains a complete mystery to this day. And then, while some terrifying encounters seem to belong to the realm of the paranormal, others are the result of highly calculated human traps. Fast forward to the year 2018 in the state of Colorado. A 21-year-old brand new police officer named Derek was going through a very difficult time. He had recently been dumped by his longtime girlfriend, a breakup that had caught him completely by surprise. He had actually just recently moved all the way to Colorado specifically to be closer to her, so he was devastated and felt completely alone in a new place. After a few weeks of being deeply depressed, moping around, and just going through the motions of his daily routine, one of his close friends made a suggestion. He told Derek, "Hey, why don't you just make a profile on Tinder, the online dating app? Just put yourself out there again. You have no idea who is out there, and clearly, your ex-girlfriend was not the one for you." Derek had met his ex-girlfriend in a bar, and every other girlfriend he had ever had, he had met in person. Online dating was definitely not something he had ever considered. But he was incredibly lonely and sad, so he figured he had nothing to lose. He made himself a Tinder profile, and very quickly he matched with a woman named Leah. When Derek saw Leah's photos, he was amazed. He thought she was absolutely beautiful, way out of his league, but he certainly was not complaining. They began chatting on the app, and they got on great. They found themselves texting and talking on the phone constantly for a couple of weeks, and they decided they wanted to meet up in person. But the problem was, Leah lived well over an hour away from Derek, so there was no natural halfway meeting place. They went back and forth trying to figure out where they should go, and finally, Leah said, "Hey, why don't you just drive down to my town? There is this really great park that I go running in all the time. It has this awesome, massive field on a slope, and you can lay on a blanket and look up through the trees and see all the stars. Stargazing would be a really cool thing for us to do on our first date." Derek thought this sounded perfect. He was excited, but also very nervous because this would be the first time they would see each other in person. The plan was for him to drive out to her town and pick her up directly from her workplace. She worked at a local hair salon, and she would be finishing up her shift. Derek pulled up to the hair salon right as Leah was coming outside. She looked incredibly excited, waving to him as she ran over and jumped into the passenger seat. They hugged and kissed on the cheek, and Derek felt an instant connection. It was a strange feeling because they had talked so much online, so it felt like they had a history, yet they were still strangers meeting for the first time. But either way, Derek was really happy, and it seemed like Leah was too. From the hair salon, it was a pretty short drive to an access road that was supposed to bring them into the park. But when Leah told him to make the turn onto this road, Derek felt a little uneasy. It did not look like a well-marked trail or an entrance to a public park. It was a narrow, dark dirt road that looked like a random service trail. But he did not know the area, so he trusted her and turned the car down the road. The road quickly turned from paved to rough dirt, and as they drove deeper into the dark, Derek started thinking to himself, "Did I take a wrong turn? Does she actually know where she is going?" This did not feel like the entrance to a big public park. But then, they suddenly landed back on a paved road, and they were driving right next to a massive, beautiful open field. All of Derek's stress evaporated. He realized that even though the access road was weird, they were now in the right place, and everything was fine. Derek asked Leah where he should park. The road was very narrow, and there did not appear to be a parking lot or any other cars around. The field was completely empty and dark. Leah pointed ahead and said, "Just go right up there. There is a small dirt lot you can pull into." Derek started driving up the road, but as he looked ahead, he saw the dim headlights of another vehicle making its way down the hill towards them. It was dark enough that he could not make out what kind of vehicle it was. Because the road was so narrow, Derek decided to pull over as far to the shoulder as possible to allow the oncoming vehicle to pass them. Even though there was still a fair amount of distance between them, he figured he would just give them the right-of-way. As the vehicle got closer, Derek saw that it was a large, dark van. It was moving very slowly, and Derek just waited for it to pass. He did not think anything of it, assuming it was just another visitor leaving the park. But instead of passing them, the van suddenly turned at the last second. It pulled directly in front of Derek's car, stopping bumper to bumper, completely blocking him in. Derek's police training immediately kicked in. Even though he was a brand new officer, his instincts told him that this was a dangerous situation. Why would a vehicle block him in on a deserted road? Red flags went up instantly. He turned to Leah and said, "Stay here." He reached into the center console, grabbed a heavy tactical flashlight, jumped out of his car, and marched straight to the driver's side door of the van to confront the driver. When he shone his light inside, he saw a very large man who looked startled to see Derek charging up to his window. Derek tapped on the glass and demanded, "What are you doing, man? What are you blocking me in for?" The big man rolled down the window slightly and said, "Oh, hey, sorry about that. I am actually the caretaker here of this whole property. We have had a really big issue with illegal poachers in the area lately, and when I saw your car, I was concerned you guys were poachers. But now that I see you, it is clear you are not. I am really sorry." Derek looked at him, still suspicious, but he replied, "No, we are not poachers. We are just here on a date, going stargazing." The caretaker smiled and said, "I am so sorry to disturb you. Please, get back in your car and enjoy your night." At that, the man backed up, performed a three-point turn, and drove back up the hill, disappearing over the crest. Derek stood on the road for a couple of minutes to make sure the van was actually gone. Then he turned around, got back into his car, and tried to laugh it off with Leah. He said, "Yeah, he thought we were poachers. I guess you look like a pretty dangerous poacher to him." But when he looked over at Leah, she was not paying attention to him at all. She was staring at her lap, her fingers flying across her phone screen as she furiously typed a message. Derek thought this was a little bit odd. You would think she would be interested in the strange thing that had just happened, or want to know what the man had said. But she did not seem to care at all. She was completely absorbed in her phone. Derek shrugged it off, put the car in drive, and continued up the road. He pulled into the small dirt lot next to the field, turned his car around so it was facing the exit, and parked. He and Leah got out, laid a large blanket on the grass on the hill, and set out their food and wine. Very quickly, they started talking, laughing, and enjoying the night. For the next hour, everything was great. Derek lay on the blanket, looking up at the stars, feeling incredibly relaxed. But then, he noticed something to his left, up at the top of the hill where the van had disappeared. He saw headlights. It was the van again. But this time, it was not driving slowly. It was flying down the hill, accelerating rapidly, heading straight for the dirt lot. Before Derek or Leah could even react, the van roared into the parking lot, kicked up a cloud of dust, and slammed to a stop directly behind Derek's car, completely blocking him in. Derek and Leah jumped up. The driver's side door of the van swung open, and the caretaker hopped out. But this time, he was not acting friendly. He walked around the front of the van, and in his hand, he was carrying a heavy metal pipe. He looked at Derek and growled, "Give me your keys and your wallet right now." Derek, being a young, confident cop, was not about to let this guy rob him. He stood his ground, preparing for a fight. But then, he was hit with a massive curveball. Leah suddenly stepped away from him, ran over to the caretaker, and stood right next to him. She turned to Derek and said, "Come on, Derek. Give us your keys and your wallet." Derek stood there in absolute shock. The realization hit him like a physical blow. The entire date, the weeks of talking, the romantic stargazing spot, it had all been a trap. He had been set up by his date. He felt completely betrayed and sick to his stomach. As he stood there in silence, Leah walked to the back of the van, opened the doors, and pulled out another heavy metal pipe. She walked back to the front and said, "Derek, give us your keys and your wallet. We do not want to have to hurt you." Derek looked at the two of them, took a deep breath, and said, "No." The moment he said it, the big man lunged forward and tackled Derek to the ground. But Derek was a trained police officer, and he knew how to defend himself. He quickly overpowered the larger man, pushed him off, and scrambled back to his feet. He reached into his waistband, drew his concealed carry pistol, and pointed it directly at the big man, then quickly swept it toward Leah. He yelled, "I am a police officer! Get your hands up right now!" The moment they saw the gun, they both dropped their pipes and raised their hands, their faces filled with shock. Derek kept his weapon trained on them, feeling a mixture of anger and disbelief. He had to keep them at gunpoint while trying to call 911 on his phone. He dialed the number, and when the dispatcher answered, he tried to explain his situation and where he was. But because he was in a remote park in a town he did not know well, giving directions was incredibly difficult. As he was trying to explain to the dispatcher how to get to the lot, Leah and the caretaker looked at each other. Realizing his attention was split, they suddenly turned and bolted, running behind the van and sprinting into the dark woods. Instinctively, Derek took off running after them. He chased them into the tree line, but he had only been in the woods for about 30 seconds when he heard a sudden, loud sound. It was a gunshot. And then another. He saw the bright muzzle flashes coming from the darkness ahead of him. Someone in the woods was shooting at him. Derek realized he was completely exposed and had no cover, so he turned around and ran as fast as he could back to his car. He jumped inside, started the engine, and had to perform a frantic, desperate multi-point turn, smashing his car's rear bumper into the van and scraping against the fence over and over again before he was finally able to clear the obstacle and speed out of the parking lot. He drove as fast as he could down the road until he reached a brightly lit gas station. He called dispatch back, explained that he was safe, and asked them to send officers to his location. Within minutes, a police cruiser pulled into the gas station. 2 senior officers got out, and Derek explained the entire story to them. They were shocked by what had happened, and they decided they would all drive back up to the park together to investigate. When they arrived at the dirt lot, they saw the van was still parked there, completely empty. The 2 senior officers drew their weapons and carefully approached the vehicle while Derek stayed back. They searched the area, confirmed no one was around, and then began shining their flashlights inside the van. After a few minutes, they walked back to the cruiser. Derek could tell by the serious, pale looks on their faces that something was very wrong. One of the officers looked at him and said, "Derek, you are incredibly lucky to be alive. The back of that van is filled with knives, handsaws, pistols, rifles, bottles of lighter fluid, chains, handcuffs, and rolls of duct tape. And there are fresh bloodstains on the floor." The police launched a massive investigation. They went to the hair salon the next morning and spoke to the owner, showing them the photos of Leah. But the owner shook her head and said, "We have never had anyone named Leah work here, and we have never seen this girl in our lives." The entire thing had been a carefully planned, elaborate setup. The profile was fake, her job was a lie, and the romantic date was nothing more than a trap to lure him to a place where they could rob, torture, or murder him. The suspects were never identified or caught, and Derek deleted Tinder immediately, haunted by the realization of how close he had come to ending up in the back of that van. And so, while some predators use the promise of romance to lure their victims, others walk the crowded city streets, driven by dark impulses that they claim they cannot control, leaving a trail of grief behind them. This brings us to the twin cities of Minneapolis and St. Paul, Minnesota, in the winter of 1980. On New Year's Eve, the streets were filled with people celebrating the holiday. Among them was 20-year-old Karen Potak. She had been out at a bar with her friends, laughing and drinking, but as the night wore on, she decided she wanted to go home. She slipped out of the bar without telling her friends, stepping into the freezing cold night. The problem was, she had left her heavy winter coat inside. Shivering violently in her light dress, she began stumbling down the dark, icy streets, trying to find her way home. As she was walking, a car pulled up next to her. The driver, a polite-sounding man, offered to give her a ride home. Karen was cold, tired, and under the influence of alcohol, so she gratefully accepted and got into the passenger seat. A few hours later, at around 3 o'clock in the morning, the emergency police dispatcher received a telephone call. The caller's voice was frantic, high-pitched, and filled with tears. He sobbed into the receiver, "Please, this is an emergency. Send a squad to Pierce Butler Road near the Menberg Manufacturing Company machine shop. Send an ambulance too. There is a girl there." The dispatcher asked, "Can you tell me what happened to her?" The caller cried, "Just hurry! She is laying on the ground, in the back, by the railroad tracks." The dispatcher asked, "What is the address?" The man sobbed, "I don't know," and immediately hung up the phone. The police rushed to the industrial area behind the manufacturing building, and there, lying on the frozen ground in a pool of blood, they found Karen Potak. She had been brutally beaten over the head with a heavy tire iron and left to die in the freezing cold. Miraculously, she was still breathing. She was rushed to the hospital, where doctors managed to save her life. But because of the severe head trauma she suffered, Karen had complete amnesia. She could not remember anything about the attack, the car, or the man who had picked her up. The police searched the area, but because of a fresh snowfall and the desolate location, there was no physical evidence. The case quickly went cold. Then, 5 months later, in May of 1981, the police received another chilling phone call. The dispatcher answered, and a weeping, emotional voice came through the line. The man was crying uncontrollably, saying, "Will you find me? I just stabbed somebody with an ice pick. I can't stop myself. I keep killing somebody." The police did not connect this brief call to the attack on Karen Potak, and because the caller did not give a location, they did not know where to send help. But a few hours later, a group of teenagers walking through a wooded area near a highway in St. Paul found the dead body of 18-year-old Kimberly Compton. Kimberly had just arrived in the Twin Cities that very day, wanting to start a fresh, independent life. She had gotten off the bus, walked into a nearby diner, and was sitting alone when a friendly man approached her and asked to sit with her. When she told him she was new to the city, the man offered to drive her around and show her the sights. Kimberly accepted. Within 15 minutes of getting into his car, the man drove her to a secluded wooded area and stabbed her to death with an ice pick. 2 days after her body was found, the weepy-voiced killer called the police again, crying and confessing to the murder. He said he was sorry, that he did not know why he had to stab her, and that he would rather kill himself than go to prison. The police now knew they were dealing with a serial killer, but they had almost no clues. The diner staff could only provide a very general description of the man she had been sitting with, which could have fit anyone. The case went cold once again. 6 months later, in November of 1981, the phone at the police station rang again. The crying voice said, "Please don't talk, just listen. I am sorry. I killed that girl. I stabbed her 40 times. Kimberly Compton was the first one, but I don't know what is wrong with me. I am sick." The next day, a search crew found the body of 40-year-old Barbara Simons floating in the Mississippi River. She had been stabbed to death. The police discovered that on the night of her murder, she had been out at a local bar chatting and flirting with a man. Before leaving with him, she had jokingly told a waitress, "Boy, I hope he is nice because I am leaving with him." The waitress had a bad feeling about the man, so she made a conscious effort to get a really good look at his face. This intuition proved to be the break the police needed. When detectives interviewed the waitress, she gave them a detailed description, and when shown a book of mugshots, she immediately pointed to 38-year-old Paul Stefani. The police put Stefani under surveillance, but within 24 hours he managed to lose them. He drove into downtown Minneapolis, where he picked up 19-year-old Denise Williams. He took her down a dark alleyway where Denise sensed danger. When Paul pulled out an ice pick and lunged at her, Denise grabbed a glass bottle from the floor and smashed it over his head, cutting him deeply. She managed to escape and run for help, and a neighbor called 911. Paul fled the scene, bleeding heavily. Later that night, the weepy-voiced killer called for an ambulance, sobbing that he was badly cut up and bleeding from his head and arms. The dispatcher instantly recognized the high-pitched crying voice from the public recordings and sent both paramedics and police to the apartment. Paul Stefani was arrested in his hospital bed. He was convicted of the murder of Barbara Simons and the attempted murder of Denise Williams and sentenced to 58 years in prison. For 12 years, he maintained his innocence. But in 1997, after being diagnosed with terminal skin cancer, he decided to confess to all of his crimes. He admitted to the murders of Kimberly Compton and Barbara Simons, the attacks on Karen Potak and Denise Williams, and another unsolved murder, 33-year-old Kathleen Greening, who had been found drowned in her bathtub. He died of cancer shortly after, leaving behind a legacy of sorrow and unanswered questions for the families of his victims. Thank you so much for watching. Let me know what you thought of today's episode in the comments. And remember, we have a whole playlist of true crime episodes ready for you to binge right now. Until next time, see ya. On the 2nd of August 1963, the Pankman family was filled with the kind of simple excitement that marks the beginning of a summer adventure. The family, a tight-knit group of 5, packed up their car and headed off to a camping resort nestled by the serene, deep lake in Washington state. There was Mr. and Mrs. Pankman and their 3 sons. 10-year-old Bill, the responsible older brother, 6-year-old Jimmy, full of energy and curiosity. And then there was 4-year-old Bobby, the youngest, who was going through a classic toddler phase of refusing to wear shoes. For him, the feel of the earth beneath his feet was a freedom he wasn't willing to give up. The first day at the campsite was perfect. They settled in, the boys explored the immediate area around their tent, and the parents, Edna and her husband, relaxed, happy to be away from the daily routine. The following day, August 3rd, started out just as promising. After breakfast, Edna had an idea. She had heard from other campers about a logging road just behind their campsite. It was supposed to lead to a beautiful little waterfall, a hidden gem she thought her boys would absolutely love to see. It sounded like the perfect little morning excursion. So, Edna got the boys ready. She told her husband she was taking them for a short walk to see the waterfall and that they wouldn't be long. He waved them off, and Edna, with Bill, Jimmy, and shoeless little Bobby, started down the path. As soon as they stepped onto the logging road, however, Edna realized the descriptions might have been a bit romanticized. The road was completely overgrown. The grass was tall, tickling their legs as they walked. The ground was uneven, a mix of rocks and bumpy dirt that had been reclaimed by nature. It was immediately clear to her that no vehicle had driven down this road in a very, very long time. This wasn't just a quiet spot. It was truly isolated. The thought was a little unsettling, but also part of the appeal of being out in the wilderness. They continued their walk, the boys chattering, enjoying the adventure of the untamed path. After a little while, they spotted a small turnoff, a less defined path that seemed to lead down towards the sound of water. This had to be the way to the waterfall. But as they got closer, Edna saw that the path was choked with thick brush, and the ground looked even rougher than the road had been. This was going to be a problem for Bobby. His bare feet had been fine on the packed dirt of the road, but this terrain of sharp sticks and rocks was too much for a 4-year-old. Edna made a quick decision. She turned to her youngest son and said, "Bobby, you need to wait here on the road for a minute." She then looked at 6-year-old Jimmy. "You stay with him. Keep him company." The plan was simple. She and Bill, the oldest, would push through the brush, go down to the water, and quickly check out the waterfall. It would only take a couple of minutes. Then she'd come right back, pick up Bobby, and they could all go down together. Bobby didn't seem to mind at all. He just sat down on the relatively clear patch of the road, perfectly content. Jimmy, on the other hand, was a little frustrated. He wanted to be in the first group, to see the waterfall with his big brother and his mom. But he did as he was told and sat down next to Bobby. And so, Edna and Bill pushed past the thicket of brush and made their way down the short slope to the water's edge. Now, it's important to understand the layout here. The distance between where Edna and Bill stood by the waterfall and where Bobby and Jimmy sat on the road was only about 10 feet. It was an incredibly short distance. The only thing separating them was that dense patch of brush, which did completely obscure their view of each other. They couldn't see the boys, and the boys couldn't see them. But they were so close, they could have easily heard a shout, a cry, or any unusual noise. As Edna and Bill looked at the small cascade of water, Jimmy was sitting next to his little brother, getting more and more restless by the second. He could hear the water, he could hear his mom and brother talking, and he just couldn't stand being left out. The wait felt like an eternity to a 6-year-old. At some point, his patience just ran out. He couldn't take it anymore. And in that moment, Jimmy made a choice that he would carry with him a heavy weight of regret for the rest of his life. He stood up and he left his little brother sitting there all alone. Jimmy scrambled through the brush, emerging by the water where his mom and Bill were. As soon as Edna saw him, she was annoyed. She looked at him sternly and said, "What are you doing? You left Bobby up there all by himself. Come on." She didn't waste another second. They had only been down by the water for about 60 seconds in total. A single minute. She turned right around, with Bill and Jimmy in tow, and they all pushed back through the brush and up onto the road. And when they got back, Bobby was gone. At first, there was no real alarm. The immediate thought wasn't that something terrible had happened. It couldn't have. They were in the middle of nowhere. They hadn't seen another person all morning. They hadn't heard a single sound other than their own voices and the birds. Edna's first reaction was simple annoyance, mostly directed at Jimmy for not staying put. She assumed Bobby had gotten up to wander. Maybe he was hiding behind a tree, playing a little game. Or perhaps he'd just walked a few feet down the hill. So they started calling for him. "Bobby? Where are you?" They walked around the immediate area, peering behind trees and into the tall grass. No one was panicking yet. It was just an inconvenience, a brief delay in their morning walk. But after a couple of minutes of calling his name with no response, a small seed of worry began to sprout. Bobby wasn't answering. They couldn't see him anywhere. The annoyance started to fade, replaced by a growing sense of unease. Edna began to feel a knot tightening in her stomach. She started yelling louder, her voice now edged with panic. She sent Bill and Jimmy to look down by the water again to check every possible spot, but there was absolutely no trace of him. It just didn't make any sense. He was 4 years old. He had no shoes on. He couldn't have gone far in such a short amount of time. And how could he have disappeared without them hearing anything? He was just gone. The panic was now in full bloom. After a few more frantic minutes of searching the same small area over and over, Edna knew this was a situation she couldn't handle on her own. She gathered her other 2 boys, their faces pale with confusion and fear, and they ran. They ran as fast as they could all the way back down the overgrown logging road to the campsite. They burst into the camp, and Edna frantically explained to her husband what had happened. They immediately got help and called the police. Very quickly, a massive search operation was launched on that lonely logging road. When the police arrived, the first thing they did was sit down with Edna, Bill, and Jimmy. They pressed them, gently but firmly, about what they had heard. "You had to have heard something," the officers explained. "He was only 10 feet away from you. He was definitely within earshot. Did you hear a car? An animal? Did you hear anyone talking? Anything at all?" But Edna and the boys could only shake their heads, their expressions a mixture of bafflement and terror. They swore up and down that they had heard nothing. The woods had been completely silent. They were just as confused as anyone else. This left the police with a very difficult starting point. They had no idea where Bobby could have gone. They carefully surveyed the area. There were no steep cliffs or drop-offs nearby. No obvious places a small child could have fallen into or become trapped. The waterfall itself fed into a tiny, shallow brook. It would be difficult for anyone, let alone a 4-year-old, to drown in it. With no clues to go on, the searchers had no choice but to simply fan out in all directions, a combing operation through the dense woods, hoping to find a piece of clothing, a footprint, or any other sign that would tell them which way he went. For 3 long, agonizing days, hundreds of searchers scoured the forest. They found nothing. Finally, they decided to bring in a bloodhound to try and track Bobby by his scent. They brought one of Bobby's shoes from the campsite for the dog to smell. The moment the dog was given the scent, it seemed to lock on immediately. It got very excited, its nose to the ground, and started pulling the handler right near the area where Bobby had last been seen. Then the dog turned and started running up the logging road away from the campsite deeper into the forest. It ran for nearly 2 miles, never seeming to lose the scent. It was clearly and confidently tracking Bobby. The dog finally stopped at a fork in the road, about 2 miles from where Bobby had disappeared. It keyed in on one specific area right at the fork. It was just a bare patch of dirt. There was nothing significant about it at all. The police were hopeful. They dug into the dirt a little, but there was nothing there. They scanned the entire area looking for any sign that Bobby had been there, but there was nothing. No footprints, no discarded items. They brought the dog back a little way and gave it the scent again. And again, the dog went right back to that exact same patch of dirt at the fork in the road and refused to move on. The dog was certain the trail ended there, but the investigators didn't know what to do with that information. It was a dead end with no explanation. After 7 days of exhaustive searching that yielded absolutely nothing, the search for Bobby Pankman was officially called off. The lead investigator held a press conference. His face was grim as he told the reporters that they had no idea what had happened to Bobby. However, he stated that they did believe he was abducted. His reasoning was straightforward and logical. Bobby was a very young child with no shoes on, in a forest he didn't know. He was out of his mother's sight for, at most, 2 minutes. How far could he have really gotten on his own in that time? Certainly not far enough that his family and a massive search party wouldn't have found him. But if you go down the abduction theory, you run into a whole new set of problems. For a person to have taken Bobby, that person had to be on that extremely isolated, overgrown logging road at that exact moment. The Pankmans hadn't seen anyone else the entire time they were there. And there were very few other campers at the resort. This suggests that if a person did abduct Bobby, they must have been planning it. They would have had Ohat been hiding in the trees, stalking the family, waiting for an opportunity. And then you have to consider the opportunity itself. It was a tiny 2-minute window that opened up completely by chance when Jimmy decided to leave his brother's side. It wasn't an obvious moment. It looked like Jimmy was going to be sitting there with him, which you would think would have been a deterrent to any would-be kidnapper. But as soon as that window presented itself, this person would have had to run out from the tree line, run over to Bobby, pick him up without Bobby making a single sound, muffle him somehow, and then run away back into the woods carrying a child, all within that 2-minute time frame. It just seemed like the person who could do that would need to be incredibly fixated on Bobby specifically, and there was no reason for anyone to be. And 2, they would need to be extraordinarily strong, fast, and agile. We're talking about someone with the physical fitness of a professional athlete. While it's certainly possible that a highly athletic individual had been stalking this family and executed a flawless, silent abduction in a tiny window of opportunity and then evaded a massive search for 7 days in the woods, it just seemed incredibly unlikely. Investigators reached this same conclusion. They thought the human abduction theory, while the most likely, was still full of holes. So they moved on to considering animals. Maybe a bear had taken Bobby. They brought in specialized bear-sniffing dogs to search the area for any signs of recent bear activity. The dogs found nothing. so they moved on. Okay, maybe it was a cougar. They brought in a cougar expert to examine the area. The expert found no tracks, no scat, no signs of a cougar anywhere nearby. Plus, a key piece of evidence was missing facing a large predator attack. There was no blood anywhere, and there were no drag marks in the dirt. If a predator were to grab a child, it would have to drag them away, and that would leave a very clear trail. There was none. With the large predator theory also seeming unlikely, someone offered up another idea. Maybe a giant eagle had swooped down, picked Bobby up, and flown away with him. This would account for the silence, the lack of drag marks, and the lack of blood. It would explain why he just vanished. But that was the point when authorities knew they were grasping at straws. They had no clue what had happened. And that's why the investigator at the press release basically said, "We just don't know." And so while we will probably never know for sure what happened to 4-year-old Bobby Pankman, it does seem likely that something took him. And whatever that something was, it was intelligent. It was fast, strong, and agile. And it had been watching that family because as soon as that 2-minute window of vulnerability presented itself, it swept in so fast and so silently that no one saw it, no one heard it, and it took Bobby somewhere. And whatever it did to him, it probably wasn't good. In December of 1961, James McCormack Sr. was on vacation from his job as a fire inspector for the city of Portland, Oregon. He was the kind of man who couldn't sit still for long. He was feeling bored and restless and decided he wanted to do something fun with his 16-year-old son, James McCormack Jr. The two of them were very close and shared a love for the outdoors. They were both avid and experienced hunters. So they settled on going hunting together. They chose Larch Mountain as their destination. Even though it was only about 30 miles from the city, Larch Mountain had a reputation. It was known as one of the most rugged and wild areas in the entire northwestern United States. On December 4th, the two men, along with their loyal hunting dog, headed out. They arrived at the base of the mountain, excited for the day ahead. They hopped out of their car, put on their gear, and began their hike into the vast wilderness. The weather forecasters had predicted a cold day with a chance of some light snow, but overall, the weather was supposed to hold. It was just supposed to be a day trip. They planned to be back home by nightfall, so they hadn't brought any equipment for an overnight stay. They had warm clothes, some food, and water, but no tent or shelter. After walking for several hours deep into the mountains, they started to notice a dramatic shift in the weather. The temperature was dropping rapidly, much faster than they had anticipated. Then, a light rain began to fall. And then, within a very short period of time, that rain turned into heavy, wet snow. Initially, they thought they could gut it out. They were tough guys, and they didn't want a little bad weather to ruin their trip. But soon, the snow was coming down so hard and their gear was getting so wet that they decided it was time to call it a day. It was awful, and it was going to get dark soon. So they agreed to turn around and head back to the truck. They could always go hunting another day. But the snow had come on so quickly and was so thick that when they turned around to retrace their steps, the landscape looked completely different. Everything was covered in a fresh, white blanket that disguised all the landmarks they had been using. They didn't have a GPS, of course. They were navigating with a map and compass. And they weren't on a marked trail. They had been bushwhacking, just walking through the mountains looking for a good spot to set up. So they started walking in the direction they believed was back to their vehicle. They made turns they thought were correct, but they soon started to question where they were. After walking for several more hours, they realized they weren't anywhere near a road. They were in an area they didn't recognize at all. And the sinking feeling hit them. They were lost. By this point, it was snowing really hard, and the liquid of the daylight was fading. The pair decided they had no choice. They had to spend the night out in the wilderness. They weren't going to find their vehicle in the dark, especially now. Their best bet was to find a place to camp out for the night and try again in the morning. But remember, they had no tent, no sleeping bags, nothing to protect them from the elements. They decided their best option was to climb up into a large tree. At least that way, they would be off the frozen ground. It would offer some protection from potential predators, and the thick branches of the evergreen would shield them a little bit from the relentless snow and freezing rain. That night was a sleepless, miserable ordeal. James Sr., James Jr., and their dog huddled together in that tree, shivering uncontrollably as they were just destroyed by the storm. The snow and freezing rain never let up, and the wind howled through the branches. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the sun came up the next morning. It brought a glimmer of hope, although it was still absolutely dumping snow on them. They were cold and exhausted, but they were still optimistic. They were thinking to themselves, this is going to make one heck of a story when we finally get back home. And so they carefully climbed out of the tree, their limbs stiff and sore. They stretched, trying to get some feeling back into their bodies, and then they began walking again in a direction they hoped would lead them to their vehicle. For several hours, they just trudged through the deep snow, hoping to stumble upon the road. But they didn't. At some point, they stopped, and the reality of their situation hit them once again. They were in the exact same position as the day before. They still had no idea where they were, and now they had potentially walked even farther in the wrong direction. James Sr. pulled out his map, trying to make sense of their location. He was looking at the terrain around them, trying to match it to the contours on the map, looking for any clue about which way they should be going. As he was doing this, his son, who had been a really tough kid up to this point and hadn't complained about anything, said to his dad that he was feeling delirious. He said he felt like he couldn't think straight and that it was even hard for him to stand. He was going to sit down for a minute. At first, his dad wasn't overly concerned. They had just spent a miserable night in a tree. It made sense that his son would be tired and feeling out of it. And they had been well rested before the trip. They had only been out in the elements for one full day. They still had warm clothes, food, and water. He figured his son would just sit down for a minute, catch his breath, and then he'd be rejuvenated and ready to keep moving. So, James Sr. continued to study his map, looking around, waiting for his son to say he was ready to go. But his son just continued to deteriorate. He started speaking in nonsense, and he couldn't get up on his own. This was the first time that James Sr. really started to feel a deep, cold fear for their actual safety. Even the night before, huddled in the tree, it had just felt like a crazy adventure that they would eventually overcome. Even that morning when they woke up and it was still snowing and they were still lost, he had held on to that optimism, and so had his son. But now, he was thinking that they were potentially staring down another night out in the storm. They were going to eventually run out of food and water. Their clothes were getting soaked through. The temperatures were dropping well below freezing. And now, something was seriously wrong with his son. This was concerning on its own, but it also meant that if his son couldn't move, they couldn't make any progress towards getting out of this situation. James Sr. was a very fit man. As a fireman, he was used to physically demanding situations. He looked at his son and said, "Okay, I'm going to pick you up, and I'm going to carry you." He hoisted his son up in a fireman's carry, draping him over his shoulders. And for 3 solid hours, James Sr. just continued to march through the deep snow, carrying his son, desperately looking for the way out. After 3 hours, when they had not gotten any closer to a road or any sign of civilization, and it was now getting dark again, he finally collapsed from exhaustion. He gently put his son down by a tree and sat down next to him, totally defeated. He told his son they had to get ready for another night. They had to get back up in a tree and do it all over again. As they were sitting there, talking about how they were going to get James Jr. up into a tree, since he was now too weak to climb up himself, they both noticed something strange. About 100 feet in front of them, there were 2 very bright lights that looked exactly like headlights. James Sr.'s heart leaped. Oh my goodness, what luck, he thought. There's a road right there that we just didn't see, and there's a car parked on it. He turned to his son and said, I'm going to go up and talk to them, tell them we're stuck out here, and see if they can give us a ride. Stay right here, I'll be right back. So James Sr. got up and started running towards those lights. They were his lifeline. He wanted to get to them before the car potentially pulled away, not realizing there were two people in desperate need of help just a few yards away. As he was running, covering 50, 60, 70 feet, he noticed the lights seemed to be moving farther and farther away from him. James Sr. stopped in his tracks. He stood there, panting, looking at these lights and thinking, are those really headlights? What are those lights? And then, at some point, the lights just seemed to drift off into the forest, and then they were gone. James Sr. looked around and realized there was no road over there. He was still in the middle of the deep woods. What were those lights? He stood there for a minute, a wave of confusion and fear washing over him. Was he losing his grip on reality? What was going on? He turned around and started running back to where he had left his son and his dog. But when he got there, only his dog was there. His son was gone. What was going through James Sr.'s mind was, how is this possible? His son couldn't even walk just a few minutes ago. He certainly wouldn't have lied to him and made him carry him all this way. There was just enough light left from the dusk and the reflection off the snow that he could still see footprints on the ground. He saw the backpack his son had left by the tree. He grabbed it, he grabbed his dog, and he started yelling for his son at the top of his lungs. And he started following the single set of footprints that led away from the tree, the footprints that had to have been left by his son. He's walking along these tracks, yelling his son's name, but he's hearing nothing back. And this whole time, he's thinking to himself, why would he even leave? Even if he suddenly could move, why would he leave me? We're in this together. What is going on with my son? He kept walking, following the tracks, but the snow was still coming down so heavily that the prints were getting harder and harder to see. They were filling in with fresh snow almost as fast as he could follow them. Finally, it got completely dark, and he couldn't see the prints at all anymore. Now, James Sr. was absolutely panicked. This was a complete nightmare. Where was his son? What were those strange lights? And now he was facing another night out here, all alone. He just picked a random direction, holding on to his son's belongings with his dog by his side, and he just started running. The next day, James Sr. and his dog stumbled into a lodge. It was about 6 miles away, as the crow flies, from where they had originally parked their car at Larch Mountain. Of course, that doesn't mean they only traveled 6 miles. They had likely zigzagged all over the mountain, covering a much greater distance. It was a miracle that he had found it. He had basically run all night until he hit a road, and then he followed that road until it led him to this lodge. He stumbled inside, hypothermic and exhausted, and told the staff that his son was missing. He told them they had been lost for 2 days, and his son was out there in the middle of the woods, hurt, and they needed to go find him. Very quickly, the police were called. Word spread to the fire department in Portland that the fire inspector's son was missing. In an incredible show of solidarity, 200 off-duty firefighters made their way up to the mountain to help with the search. The paramedics at the lodge wanted James Sr. to go straight to the hospital. He was in bad shape. But he was not about to leave his son. He refused all medical attention and insisted on going out with the very first group of searchers. Somehow, in his exhausted and disoriented state, he was able to lead them back to the rough area where his son had been sitting when he disappeared. They began to search that area, and very quickly they found James Jr.'s glasses case. A little farther on, they found his boots and his socks just sitting in the snow. But there was no sign of James Jr. himself. Later that day, though, they would find him. He was about 1,000 feet away from where his boots and glasses case were found. He was at the bottom of a cliff, and he was deceased. Initially, the searchers thought the story was straightforward. He must have gotten confused, wandered away from where his dad told him to sit, and tragically fallen off the cliff. But the medical examiner determined that he did not die from the fall. The evidence showed he had made his way down to the base of that cliff and then died of exposure. This left everyone with a series of baffling questions. How was James Jr. suddenly able to walk again after being so weak he had to be carried? And once he regained that ability, why didn't he go towards his dad or call out for him? Why did he walk away from him? And perhaps most strangely, why did he take his shoes and socks off in a blizzard to do it? And what were those mysterious lights that James Sr. saw in the middle of the woods? They weren't headlights. And it was only when he went to investigate them that his son suddenly got up and walked away into the storm. In early July of 1953, the Huggen family was preparing for a long-awaited summer vacation. Mr. and Mrs. Huggen, along with their 3 young daughters, left their home in Winnipeg, Canada for a 6-week retreat. They were heading to the girls' grandparents' summer cabin in Wade, Ontario. This wasn't a bustling tourist town. Wade was, and still is, one of the more remote and wild sections of Ontario. Their cabin was situated right in the middle of a huge swampy forest, and it wasn't far from one of the biggest lakes in the area, a body of water called Fox Lake. The family arrived late in the evening on July 4th. After the long drive, they were too tired to do much of anything. They just unpacked the essentials, got the girls settled, and went to bed, dreaming of the weeks of relaxation and adventure ahead. Early the next morning, the adults in the cabin decided they wanted to take the girls down to Fox Lake for the day. So they began the busy process of gathering all the supplies they would need, towels, snacks, fishing gear, and everything else for a full day by the water. While the adults were busy packing, the 3 girls were allowed to play outside the cabin. It was a completely safe environment, or so they thought. There were no neighbors for miles around. The cabin was an isolated outpost in the wilderness. It was totally normal to let the children play by themselves just outside the door. They weren't concerned about someone taking them. The 2 older girls played together in the front yard of the cabin. 5-year-old Geraldine, the youngest, was playing by herself on the side of the cabin. This meant the 2 girls in the front couldn't see Geraldine, and she couldn't see them. The adults were keeping a general eye on all 3 girls. They were mostly going in and out of the cabin, grabbing things for their trip, and they would periodically poke their heads out the windows or the door to check on them. And every time they looked, the girls were fine, happily playing in the morning sun. At around 10 a.m. that morning, the parents had finally packed up the car. They were ready to go. They went outside to collect the girls to head over to the lake. They gathered the 2 older girls who were playing out front, and then they walked around to the side of the house to get Geraldine. But they couldn't find her. At this initial moment, they weren't worried. She was a 5-year-old. Where could she have possibly gone? They walked around the entire house, calling her name. Geraldine? They asked the 2 older girls if they had seen her, where she had gone. And they just said they didn't know, that she was just playing on the side of the house a minute ago. When they couldn't find her outside, they went back into the cabin, thinking she must have slipped inside without them noticing. That seemed to be the only other place she could possibly be. But after a thorough search of the small cabin, looking under beds and in closets, and not finding her, they started to get a little bit more worried. At this point, the adults started talking to each other, trying to establish a timeline. Did anybody see Geraldine in the past couple of minutes? Has anybody seen her recently? And they all said yes. They had all poked their heads out a window or a door at some point and had seen her playing right on the side of the cabin within the last 10 minutes. They all agreed on this. In the last 10 minutes, she was right there. So now they were alarmed. They couldn't find her, but they were still thinking they were going to find her any second. They went back outside and began looking around again, this time yelling for her with more urgency. Now, this was such a remote section of Ontario that there was virtually no noise pollution. Sound travels incredibly well out there. When they were yelling her name, it was booming through the woods. Even if Geraldine had sprinted as fast as her little legs could carry her for 10 solid minutes away from the cabin, she still would have been easily within earshot. All she had to do was yell back, and they would have heard her. But she didn't yell back, and there was no sign of her anywhere. At this point, the family was panicking. They called the police. When the police showed up, they took one look at the vast, dense wilderness surrounding the cabin and knew they were going to need a lot more help. They weren't going to be able to search this area effectively on their own. This was a huge, wild, remote section of Canada. So they called in some professional trackers, local men who were intimately familiar with this rugged terrain, to come and help them. They also called the army base in Winnipeg to send over some soldiers to assist in the search as well. But just as the search was getting organized and underway, the skies opened up. A torrential downpour began, dumping rain all over the entire area. It basically washed away any footprints or tracks that they could have used to potentially find her. As the day wore on and the sun was starting to set, there was still no sign of Geraldine. Her father, his heart breaking, said something to the searchers that was intended to help them, but it was just an incredibly sad comment. He told them that his daughter was terrified of the dark, and that once it got dark out in these woods, she would be too scared to move. She would just sit down and cry. He was hoping this meant she wouldn't wander farther away and that they would be able to find her. But they didn't find her that night. For 3 days, they looked everywhere for her. Hundreds of people combed the woods. There was no trace of her at all. And to make matters even worse, the weather had turned really rainy and cold. The temperatures weren't below freezing, but they were close, down in the 40-degree Fahrenheit range. And Geraldine was only wearing a light shirt and shorts. She was not prepared for this kind of weather. On the evening of the 3rd day, they finally found a clue. They found footprints that they believed to be Geraldine's. They were high up on a mossy ledge that overlooked Fox Lake. The footprints indicated that a small child, probably Geraldine, had stood there looking out over the lake and then turned around and walked away from the ledge down into the swampy area below. Her footprints then dissipated into the muck and water of the swamp. So, the entire search effort was now focused on the swamp. They had thousands of people combing through this mosquito-infested, dense bush looking for the little girl. And once again, they found nothing. Then, on the 7th day of the search, they found another set of footprints in the swamp near the area where they were looking for Geraldine. But it wasn't Geraldine's footprints. These were huge prints. If it was a human print, it would have to belong to an enormous human being. Or the prints belonged to some kind of enormous animal. But they were unable to determine what kind of animal it was. At this point, although there was no real evidence connecting that strange print to Geraldine, people were starting to suspect that whoever or whatever left this print had something to do with her disappearance. 2 days later, so 9 days after Geraldine had gone missing, some of the professional trackers made another discovery. They were 2.5 miles away from where that large print had been found in the swamp, and where Geraldine's own footprints had been found on the ledge. On the eastern shore of another lake called Long Lake, they found a small piece of her plaid shirt snagged on a bush. And so they moved the entire search effort over to that section of Long Lake. And within 24 hours, they would find Geraldine's remains. The scene where Geraldine was found was bizarre. There was very little left of her. From what remained, it was clear there had been significant animal predation. The initial thought was that she must have been attacked by wolves, and that's what killed her. But upon a closer inspection of her remains, they saw that her clothing had not been torn, and there was no blood on her clothes. This suggested that the animal predation had most likely occurred after she was already deceased. A wolf attack would have shredded the clothes, and there would be obvious marks indicating an attack. But here, it seemed the animals had picked around the clothing. Geraldine's remains also appeared to have been dragged out of a nearby meadow to the spot where she was ultimately located. So the investigators followed the drag line into this meadow. It led them to a clearing where all the grass had been matted down in a large oval shape. Investigators said it looked like something very big had been lying there. They speculated that this might have been the area where Geraldine had actually been killed, and that afterwards animals had dragged her over to where she was eventually found. And so the investigators are thinking, we found that huge unidentified footprint in the swamp on the seventh day, in the same general area where we had found Geraldine's own footprint. We thought they might be connected. And now we're finding a large impression, what appears to be a body print from something huge in this meadow that's right near where Geraldine's remains have been found. And so it seems probable that whoever or whatever left that print in the swamp is the same one that left this impression here in the meadow, and therefore is probably Geraldine's killer. But this left the investigators with two theories, and neither of them really made any sense. The first one was that these prints, the swamp print and this body print, belonged to an enormous person, a giant of a man, who ran up to the cabin in broad daylight, silently abducted Geraldine, and ran off into the woods without anyone seeing or hearing them. And then, for weeks, this giant person managed to totally evade capture, despite, again, being an enormous person lumbering through the forest. That just seemed really unlikely. One, the place giant person even existed, and two, that if they did exist, how could they not get caught? They would be so big running through the forest, they would be easy to spot. But if you rule out the enormous person theory, you're left with the enormous predator theory. This makes a little more sense on the surface, because there are enormous predators in the wild that have on rare occasions attacked humans. So that does happen. But when the experts looked at her remains, they had already ruled out a wolf attack. And really, they had ruled out all known animal attacks based on the state of her clothing. So if this was some enormous, unknown predator, how did it kill Geraldine without leaving a trace on her clothes? The family was told that, unfortunately, because there wasn't enough left of her, they were unable to determine an official cause of death. Their best guess, they told the family, was that she was probably mauled by wild animals. But privately, they would even level with the family and say, honestly, we don't know what did this. You know, people love to say the woods are peaceful. Quiet. Safe. But the terrifying thing about all three of these stories is that nothing sounded wrong before those people vanished. No screams. No struggle. No warning. Just a child sitting 10 feet away, a son waiting beside a tree, a little girl playing outside her family's cabin, and then suddenly, nothing. As if the forest itself reached out and erased them. And maybe that's what makes cases like these so unsettling. Not the idea that something is out there in the woods, but the possibility that it can stand right beside you, silently watching, and you'd never know it was there until it decides to take you. Thank you so much for watching. Imagine waking up one day to find that the person you love more than anyone else in the world has spent the last several months plotting your absolute destruction. This is the story of Michael DiPolito, a man who thought he had finally escaped his dark and troubled past, only to realize that his brand new wife was actively trying to have him executed in cold blood. Michael grew up in a quite rough and dangerous neighborhood in South Philadelphia. In this environment, violence, illegal drugs, and prostitution were just ordinary parts of everyday life. At a very young age, Michael fell victim to the same struggles that had plagued his parents for years. He became a severe alcoholic, and soon after, he developed an incredibly serious drug addiction. To fund his expensive habits, Michael dropped out of high school and began selling drugs on the street corner. It was not long before he became completely homeless, sleeping in abandoned and freezing buildings at night just to survive. In 1993, while still in South Philadelphia, Michael was arrested for the first time and charged with drug possession and intent to distribute. Rather than showing up to court, Michael decided to run. A warrant was issued for his arrest, and he became a fugitive on the run from the law. Michael managed to evade the police for a total of 4 years by constantly moving around and keeping a very low profile. By 1997, he knew he had to get out of Philadelphia for good, so he fled south and settled in Boca Raton, Florida. But his troubles followed him down south. Shortly after arriving, he was arrested again, this time for offering an undercover police officer $15 in exchange for sex. He pleaded guilty to soliciting prostitution and was released with a minor fine. A year later, a former girlfriend named Karen Tan sued him for child support, presenting a DNA test that proved he was the father of her son. Once again, Michael chose to simply not show up to court. Eventually, Karen got tired of fighting the legal battle and dropped the lawsuit entirely. Michael was incredibly relieved because he was completely broke at the time, earning barely enough to survive by doing odd jobs for a local temporary employment agency. He realized he needed to find a way to make some real money, and his search for a lucrative opportunity led him directly into the arms of the criminal underworld. Through his street connections, Michael was introduced to several associates of the Bonanno crime family. The Bonanno family is famously known as one of the 5 major Italian-American mafia families that dominate organized crime across the United States. The mobsters took a real liking to Michael because he was incredibly charismatic, spoke quickly, and could convince almost anyone to trust him. They offered him a job inside one of their boiler room operations. In the world of crime, a boiler room is a high-pressure telemarketing scam where fraudsters call unsuspecting victims and use aggressive sales tactics to steal their money. Typically, the caller will pitch a fake investment scheme, telling the victim that they need to wire their money immediately to get in on a ground floor opportunity. Once the victim sends the money, the fraudsters pocket it and disappear. Michael proved to be an absolute natural at this kind of work, and he quickly became one of the top earners in the operation. He was so good at tricking people that he eventually decided he did not want to share his profits with the mafia anymore. He wanted a bigger piece of the pie. So, Michael abruptly left the mafia's boiler room and set up 2 independent boiler room scams of his own in South Florida. We do not know exactly how the Bonanno family felt about him walking away, but Michael was focused entirely on his own wealth. By 2002, he had successfully stolen over $155,000 from his victim. He spent the money as fast as he stole it, throwing it away on luxury cars, 5-star hotels, and expensive phone sex lines. But his luck ran out in late 2002 when the police raided his operations. Michael was arrested for a 3rd time, and this time there was no running away. He stood trial, pleaded guilty, and was sentenced to 2 years in state prison, followed by a massive 28 years of probation. The court also ordered him to pay back every single dollar of the $155,000 he had stolen. Michael only served 7 months of his prison sentence before being released on probation, but those 7 months completely changed him. He absolutely hated being locked in a cell, and he swore to himself that he would do whatever it took to never go back. When he was released in 2003, Michael immediately took steps to turn his life around. He entered a strict sobriety program, started going to the gym every single morning, and studied hard to earn his GED. He wanted to prove to himself and the world that he could be a law-abiding citizen. After passing his exams, he started a legitimate digital marketing business called Mad Money Incorporated. Over the next 5 years, Michael stayed clean, worked hard, and built his business into a highly successful enterprise that earned him nearly $100,000 a year. By 2008, he was physically fit, financially stable, and successfully paying off his restitution. But while his professional life was on the right track, his personal life was about to become incredibly chaotic. Michael had married his longtime girlfriend, Maria Luongo, in 2007. Maria had stayed by his side through his arrest and prison sentence, but in 2008, Michael made a terrible mistake. He met a 26-year-old real estate agent named Dalia Muhammad at a local Starbucks, and the two began a passionate affair. Michael fell so deeply in love with Dalia that he confessed the affair to Maria and divorced her. Just 3 days after the divorce was finalized, Michael and Dalia got married. The newlyweds moved into a beautiful, expensive condominium that Michael bought for them in the coastal town of Boynton Beach, Florida. At first, their life together seemed like an absolute dream. They were deeply in love, and Michael felt like he had finally found his perfect partner. But only a month after their wedding, on the evening of the 12th of March, 2009, their dream turned into a living nightmare. Michael and Dalia were relaxing in their living room when they heard a loud, demanding knock on the front door. Michael opened the door and was shocked to find his probation officer standing on his doorstep, flanked by several police officers. The probation officer explained that they had received an anonymous phone call from someone claiming that Michael was using his condo to sell large quantities of steroids, ecstasy, and other illegal narcotics. Michael was absolutely horrified. He knew that any drug charge would instantly violate his probation and send him back to prison for the next 28 years. He told the officers that the tip was completely false, and he stepped aside to let them search the entire condo to prove his innocence. The police entered the home and conducted a thorough search, checking every room, closet, and drawer. But they found absolutely nothing illegal. Although the officers left without making an arrest, Michael and Dalia were left completely shaken. Their home was in disarray, and the terrifying reality of Michael's vulnerability had set in. They decided they could not sleep in the condo that night, so they packed a few bags and checked into a nearby hotel to get some peace of mind. But the nightmare was far from over. The very next morning, as they walked out to the hotel parking lot to get into Michael's car, they were stunned to see the probation officer and several police cars waiting for them once again. The probation officer approached them and said they had received another anonymous phone call. This time, the caller claimed that Michael was keeping his drug supply hidden inside his vehicle. Michael was furious and terrified, but he once again gave them permission to search the car. The police went through the entire vehicle, opening the glove compartment, checking under the seats, and looking in the trunk. Once again, they found absolutely nothing. Over the next 2 weeks, Michael and Dalia lived in a constant state of paranoia and fear. They could not stop talking about who might be behind the mysterious anonymous phone calls. Michael knew his past was full of people who had reasons to hate him. He wondered if someone from the Bonanno crime family was trying to set him up, or if one of the victims from his old boiler room scams was seeking revenge. The thought that someone was actively trying to ruin his life and send him back to prison was almost too much to bear. Then, on the night of the 29th of March 2009, 17 days after the first raid, Michael and Dalia went out to a restaurant for dinner. When they walked out to the parking lot after their meal, they were horrified to see police officers surrounding Michael's car once again. Michael and Dalia rushed over to the officers, pleading with them to understand that they were being targeted by an unknown enemy who was trying to frame him. But this time, when the police officers opened the trunk of the car and began to search, their expressions changed. Deep inside the trunk, tucked away underneath the spare tire, they pulled out a cigarette carton. Inside the carton was a small plastic bag filled with white powder. It was cocaine. The moment Michael saw the officer pull the bag of cocaine out of his trunk, he collapsed onto the pavement and began to sob uncontrollably. He knew that finding drugs in his possession meant his life was over. His probation would be revoked immediately, and he would be sent to state prison for the rest of his adult life. He wept and begged the officers to believe him, swearing on his life that he had never seen that cocaine before and that he was being set up. Dalia stood beside him, watching her husband cry hysterically. For a brief second, she wondered if Michael had been lying to her all along and was actually back to his old ways. But seeing his absolute terror and despair, she chose to believe him. She joined in, crying and pleading with the officers to look at the pattern of events. She argued that it made no sense for someone to call the police multiple times if they actually had drugs in their possession. Amazingly, the police officers agreed that the situation was highly suspicious. They decided not to arrest Michael that night. Instead, they confiscated the cocaine and told the couple to go home safely. They promised to launch a full investigation to find the anonymous caller. Michael and Dahlia returned to their condo, locking every door and window behind them. They were incredibly grateful that Michael had not been arrested, but they were also living in absolute terror. Whoever was trying to frame Michael was no longer just calling in fake tips. They were actively breaking into their property and planting real drugs. They spent the next several months living like prisoners in their own home, constantly checking their security and worrying about when the next strike would come. But as the weeks turned into months, the anonymous phone calls suddenly stopped. By the summer of 2009, Michael and Dahlia began to believe that the danger had finally passed. They started to relax, focus on their business, and try to enjoy their new marriage. They had no idea that the mastermind behind the entire plot had not given up at all. In fact, she had decided that planting drugs was not working fast enough. She had decided to move on to a much more permanent and deadly solution. On the morning of the 5th of August, 2009, Dahlia woke up at 5:45 in the morning, leaving Michael sleeping soundly in their bed. She put on her gym clothes and drove to her local fitness center. At around 6:30 in the morning, while Dahlia was working out on one of the treadmills, she checked her cell phone and saw that she had a missed call from an unfamiliar phone number. She called her voicemail and listened to the message. Her heart began to race as she heard the voice of a detective from the Boynton Beach Police Department. The detective told her that there had been a major incident at her condominium and that she needed to return home immediately. Terrified, Dahlia ran out of the gym, got into her car, and sped toward her neighborhood. As she drove, she called the detective back to find out what was going on. The detective refused to give her any details over the phone, saying only that the situation involved her husband and that he would explain everything when she arrived. When Dahlia turned onto her street, she was met with a massive police presence. There were patrol cars with their lights flashing, crime scene vans, and yellow police tape blocking off the entire front of her home. Forensic investigators were walking around her lawn, and photographers were taking pictures of her front door. Dahlia parked her car and was immediately approached by a police officer who led her past the tape toward the detective. The detective met Dahlia with a somber expression on his face. He looked at her and said very calmly and directly that they had received a report of a disturbance inside her condo earlier that morning. He told her that shots had been fired, and he was deeply sorry to inform her that her husband, Michael, had been killed. The moment the detective said those words, Dahlia collapsed into a state of pure hysteria. She began to scream, cry, and throw herself onto the detective, sobbing uncontrollably. She looked like a woman whose entire world had just been shattered in an instant. The police officers on the scene gently guided her to a nearby patrol car to calm her down, while crime scene photographers continued to document the area. What Dahlia did not know was that this entire scene was a massive, carefully orchestrated setup. The television show Cops was in town filming with the Boynton Beach Police Department, and their camera crews were hidden nearby in the bushes, capturing every single second of her dramatic reaction. The police then drove Dahlia to the station and placed her in a standard interrogation room, telling her they needed to ask her some questions to help find her husband's killer. In the quiet interrogation room, Dahlia sat crying, wiping her eyes with tissues as the detective tried to comfort her. He told her that they needed to act quickly to catch the murderer, and he asked her if she had any idea who would want to harm Michael. Dahlia immediately began to steer the conversation toward Michael's criminal past. She brought up his old ties to the Bonanno crime family and the victims of his boiler room scams. She suggested that one of these dangerous criminals must have finally tracked him down and executed him. The detective listened patiently, taking detailed notes on everything she said. But after a few minutes, the detective stopped writing. He leaned forward, looked Dahlia dead in the eyes, and told her that they needed to get to the truth. He asked her if she recognized a specific man. Before Dahlia could answer, the door to the interrogation room opened, and a large, heavily built man in handcuffs was escorted into the room. The detective asked Dahlia if she had ever seen this man before. Dahlia looked at him, shook her head with a look of confusion, and insisted that she had never seen him in her entire life. The truth was that Dahlia knew exactly who the man was, and she was the mastermind behind the entire plot. Almost immediately after marrying Michael, Dahlia had managed to transfer $200,000 of his money into her own accounts. But she was not satisfied with just a portion of his wealth. She wanted the entire condo, his business, and every single dollar he owned. To get it, she had spent months trying to frame him. She was the one who had made the anonymous phone calls to the police, and she was the one who had personally snuck into his trunk to plant the bag of cocaine under his spare tire. But when the police chose not to arrest Michael, her plan to send him to prison failed. That was when she decided to take more extreme measures. She reached out to an old ex-boyfriend of hers and asked him if he knew anyone who could act as a hitman to murder her husband. The ex-boyfriend was shocked by the request. He initially tried to laugh it off, but Dahlia kept calling him, offering to pay a large amount of money and making it clear that she was completely serious. Terrified of what she was planning to do, the ex-boyfriend went straight to the police and exposed her. The Boynton Beach Police Department immediately launched an undercover investigation to catch Dahlia in the act. They had one of their own undercover detectives pose as a professional contract killer. The ex-boyfriend arranged a meeting between Dahlia and the fake hitman in a parked car outside a local CVS store. What Dahlia did not realize was that the police had packed the car with hidden video cameras and microphones, recording her every word and action. During the meeting, Dahlia spoke with chilling calm about how she wanted her husband dead. She agreed to pay the hitman $1,200 to shoot Michael in their condo while she was away at the gym. She even handed over a cash deposit to seal the deal. Before she got out of the car, the undercover officer wanted to make absolutely certain that she would not change her mind. He looked at her and asked if she was 5,000% sure she wanted to go through with this, reminding her that once he pulled the trigger, there was no going back. Dahlia looked him in the eyes and replied that when she says she is going to do something, she does it, and that she was completely sure about her decision. Armed with this absolute proof of her intent to commit murder, the police decided to use Dahlia's own plan against her. On the morning of August 5, as soon as Dahlia left the condo to go to the gym, a team of police officers rushed inside. They woke up Michael and showed him the undercover video of his wife hiring a hitman to murder him. Michael was completely devastated and betrayed, but he agreed to help the police with their operation. The police took Michael to a safe location, and then they quickly set up a highly convincing fake crime scene outside the condo. They put up the yellow tape, brought in the forensic vans, and made the home look exactly like a double homicide scene. Then, the detective called Dahlia at the gym, prompting her to rush back and give her dramatic performance for the hidden cops' television cameras. Back at the police station, after Dahlia denied knowing the handcuffed hitman, the detective decided it was time to end the lies. He looked at her and told her that the man in handcuffs was actually an undercover officer and that their entire meeting in the car had been recorded on video. He told her that she was under arrest for solicitation of first-degree murder. Dahlia immediately began to panic, shaking her head and crying that she had not done anything wrong and that she did not understand what was happening. She kept telling them that there was a major mistake and that they had the wrong person. But the detective was not finished with his surprises. He looked at her and told her that her husband, Michael, was actually alive and well, and that he was currently standing right outside the door of the room. The police then walked Michael past the open glass window of the interrogation room door so Dahlia could see him with her own eyes. When Dahlia saw Michael walking down the hallway, completely unharmed and healthy, she began to scream his name through the glass, begging him to come inside and talk to her. But Michael refused to look at her. He kept walking down the corridor, completely done with the woman who had tried to have him brutally killed. Following her dramatic arrest, the legal battle that ensued became one of the most widely followed and sensationalized court cases in the history of South Florida. Dahlia was officially charged with solicitation to commit first-degree murder, a charge that carried a maximum sentence of 30 years in prison. Her defense team, realizing that the physical evidence against her was absolutely overwhelming due to the undercover video, decided to present an incredibly bizarre and unconventional defense. They claimed that the entire murder-for-hire plot was never actually real. Instead, they argued that Dahlia and Michael were both working together on a public relations stunt in an attempt to land their own reality television show. The defense attorneys claimed that the couple had written a script together and that Dahlia's meeting with the fake hitman was simply an audition tape designed to generate viral attention and get them a contract with a major television network. They argued that Michael was fully aware of the plan the entire time and was simply playing his part in the stunt. However, this defense strategy quickly fell apart when the prosecution put Michael on the stand. Michael testified under oath that he had absolutely no idea his wife was trying to have him killed. He described the utter horror of sitting in the police station and watching his own wife negotiate the price of his life on an undercover video. He explained that he had genuinely loved Dahlia and had believed they were building a future together, only to realize that she had been manipulating him from the very beginning. The prosecution also presented the ex-boyfriend who had tipped off the police, as well as the undercover detective who had recorded the meeting. The jury did not buy the defense's reality television show explanation for a single second. In 2011, after a highly publicized trial, the jury found Dahlia guilty of solicitation to commit first-degree murder, and the judge sentenced her to 20 years in state prison. But the legal drama was far from over. Dahlia's defense team immediately filed an appeal, arguing that the intense media coverage and the selection of the jury had biased the trial against her. In 2014, an appeals court agreed and threw out her conviction, ordering a brand new trial. Dahlia was released on house arrest while she waited for her second trial to begin, wearing an electronic ankle monitor that tracked her every move. In 2016, the second trial took place, and this time her defense team tried a completely different strategy. They claimed that the Boynton Beach Police Department had acted improperly by setting her up and tactically coercing her into the murder-for-hire plot just so they could get featured on the highly popular national television show Cops. The defense argued that the police department was much more interested in getting good ratings and national fame on television than conducting a fair, unbiased, and ethical investigation. This argument succeeded in creating enough confusion and doubt in the minds of some jurors to result in a hung jury, with the panel split 9-3 in favor of guilt, meaning they were unable to reach a unanimous verdict. This meant that the state had to prepare to try her for a third time. The third trial began in the summer of 2017. This time, the prosecution focused heavily on Dahlia's own words and actions captured in the undercover videos, emphasizing her absolute lack of hesitation when the fake hitman gave her multiple opportunities to back out. After hearing all the evidence and deliberating for just a few hours, the third jury found her guilty once again. This time, the judge sentenced her to 16 years in state prison, which she would serve at the Lowell Correctional Institution in Ocala, Florida. For Michael DiPolito, the final conclusion of these long and grueling trials brought a mixture of immense relief and lingering emotional pain. He had miraculously survived a highly calculated attempt on his life by the person he trusted most in the world, but the emotional scars of the betrayal were incredibly deep. In the years following the trials, Michael focused heavily on rebuilding his life and his marketing business. He spoke openly in several national television interviews about the psychological impact of the ordeal, describing how difficult it was to ever trust another human being after knowing that his own wife had slept next to him while secretly planning his execution. He expressed deep gratitude for the dedicated police officers who had saved his life, and he tried his best to move on from the sensationalized media circus that had surrounded his entire marriage. He had to rebuild his finances as well, as Dahlia had successfully drained a significant portion of his hard-earned savings during their short time together. Despite this massive betrayal, Michael managed to stay sober and continue running his digital marketing firm, proving that he was resilient enough to survive both his criminal past and the deadly plot of his former wife. The case of Dahlia remains one of the most famous true crime stories in modern American history, mostly because of how much of it was captured on film. The video of Dahlia crying hysterically at the fake crime scene, contrasted with her cold and calculated behavior in the undercover sting car, is still widely viewed and analyzed by criminologists and crime fans around the world. It serves as a stark and chilling reminder of the terrifying power of deception and greed. Dahlia believed she could orchestrate the perfect crime and walk away with everything her husband owned, but her own arrogance and willingness to trust an undercover officer ultimately led to her downfall. Today, she remains behind bars, serving her 16-year sentence in a Florida state prison. The story leaves a haunting question for everyone who hears it, a reminder of the hidden dangers that can sometimes lurk behind a charming smile. It forces us to ask ourselves how well we truly know the people we share our homes and our lives with, and what they might be capable of when the cameras are not rolling. Thank you so much for watching. Let me know what you thought of today's episode in the comments. And remember, we have a whole playlist of true crime episodes ready for you to binge right now. Until next time, see ya. Around 6:30 inches the evening on the 10th of December, 1991, a 22-year-old security guard named Brian Ruff was sitting inside a small guard shack at the Kenotok copper mine in northern Utah. He had a college textbook open in front of him, trying to study. The shack he was in was tiny, barely big enough for one person, with windows on all four sides. And when Brian looked out of those windows, all he saw was darkness. The sun had set a while ago, and this part of the mine was completely isolated. There were no streetlights, no other buildings nearby. The only light came from the moon reflecting off the fresh snow on the ground, which made everything outside look kind of eerie and desolate. Brian had been a security guard at this mine for just over a year, but he'd only been assigned to this specific guard shack for a couple of weeks. And in his opinion, it was the absolute worst post he could have possibly gotten. His job was to stand guard at a chain-link gate that blocked off a remote service road leading deep into the canyons. Because it was such an out-of-the-way entrance to the mine, almost no vehicles ever came through. So most of the time, the job was just incredibly boring. He would just sit there for hours watching the snowfall. But at the same time, it was also a very dangerous post. The Kennecott copper mine was famous. People called it the richest hole on Earth because of the massive amounts of copper, gold, and silver buried in the ground there. And all that valuable material made the mine a huge target for thieves. In just the last few months alone, over $150,000 worth of equipment and precious metals had been stolen. So Brian was always a little on edge out here, all by himself in the middle of nowhere. It wasn't just the pitch blackness that got to him. It was also the fact that he was totally unarmed. The company didn't provide guards with any weapons. He didn't even have security cameras. If he ran into a group of thieves, his only defense was a telephone on his desk to call for help. But on this particular night, his shift had been completely normal. It was slow, quiet, and uneventful. So Brian decided to use the downtime to get some studying in. He was in nursing school, and his final exams were just a few days away. He was poring over his notes and textbooks, trying to cram as much information as he could into his head. While he was studying, he took out a thermos. His wife had packed him some soup for dinner. He unscrewed the lid, and just as he was about to take his first spoonful, the phone on his desk started ringing. Brian immediately hesitated. He knew there was a very good chance it was his wife Jennifer on the other end. But things at home right now were not great. Jennifer worked as a nurse's aide, and Brian had taken on this night shift at the mine to help pay the bills while he was in nursing school during the day. But even with both of them working, money was incredibly tight. And to make things even more stressful, Jennifer was pregnant with their second child. The pressure of balancing school, work, and raising a family had been putting a huge strain on their marriage. About a month ago, Brian had hit a breaking point. He'd actually walked out on his family. He left a simple note for Jennifer, saying he just needed some time alone to think things over. Then he drove to the mine, turned in his security badge, and told his boss he was quitting. After that, he just left town. He spent almost a week in Las Vegas, and then he drove all the way out to San Francisco. He was trying to clear his head, but while he was out there, he got a call. His daughter, back home in Utah, was in the emergency room with a bad case of pneumonia. For Brian, that was the wake-up call he needed. He realized he couldn't live with himself if he actually abandoned his family for good. So he immediately got in his car and drove straight back to Utah to be with Jennifer and his daughter. His daughter, thankfully, made a full recovery. And Jennifer, despite him just up and leaving them, she agreed to take him back. But just because he was home didn't mean things went back to normal. There was this constant tension hanging over their relationship. Jennifer hadn't fully forgiven him for what he'd done, and Brian felt like he was walking on eggshells all the time. So now, sitting in the guard shack, Brian took a deep breath before picking up the ringing phone. It was Jennifer. He chatted with her for a few minutes, trying to keep the conversation light. But then, out of the corner of his eye, he saw something through the window. It was a flash of headlights, coming up the service road directly towards his guard shack. He told Jennifer he had to go, hung up the phone, and stepped outside to meet the vehicle that was pulling up. About an hour and a half later, around 8 p.m., Brian's boss, a supervisor named Todd Fallows, pulled up to the gate next to the guard shack. He noticed the lights were on inside the shack, but he couldn't see anyone moving around in there. Todd thought this was pretty strange. Brian was under strict orders not to leave his post for any reason. That was the most important rule of the job. You stay put, no matter what. What made it even weirder was that Brian's car was parked right next to the shack. This post was so far away from anything else on the mine property, there was literally nowhere for Brian to go without his car, especially not in the freezing cold. So where was he? Todd was starting to feel a little uneasy. He parked his own vehicle, got out, and walked over to the shack. He opened the door and stepped inside. The tiny space was empty. Brian was gone. But on the desk, Todd saw Brian's hat and his half-eaten thermos of soup. It looked like he had just gotten up and walked away in the middle of his dinner. At this point, Todd knew something was wrong. He picked up the phone inside the shack and called the Salt Lake County Sheriff's Department to report a missing person. Less than an hour later, Detective Manny Lassig was driving down a dark, snowy desert road heading towards the Kennetock copper mine. Everyone in law enforcement knew this mine was a hotbed for theft. So when the sheriff's department got a call that a security guard had vanished in the middle of his shift, Detective Lassig didn't waste any time. The first thought was that this could be related to thieves. Maybe they had kidnapped Brian, or worse. When Lassig pulled up to the main entrance of the mine, he saw another vehicle parked there. It flashed its headlights at him. A man in a security guard uniform rolled down his window and waved Lassig over. Lassig pulled up alongside him, and the man introduced himself as Todd Fallows, the supervisor who had made the call about the missing guard. Todd started his engine and told Lassig to follow him. And so Lassig did. He followed Todd's taillights deeper into the darkness, down a winding road that led into the canyons. The Kennetock mine was huge, covering 3 square miles of rocky, mountainous terrain. They drove for a solid 10 minutes before Lassig finally saw a single light up ahead. It was the guard shack where Brian had been stationed. The two men parked their cars and got out. Todd pointed to the shack and told Detective Lassig that this was where Brian was supposed to be. Lassig pulled out a flashlight and aimed it at the ground around the shack, but there wasn't much to see. It had been snowing all evening, so any potential footprints or tire tracks were already covered up. So, Lassig stepped inside the shack. At first glance, everything looked normal. There was no blood, nothing was knocked over, no signs of any kind of struggle. But there on the desk was Brian's hat and that half-eaten thermos of soup. It was a strange little detail that just didn't feel right. Lassig was trying to process the scene, running through different theories in his head, looking for any clue about what might have happened. As he was thinking, the phone on the desk rang again. Detective Lassig just picked it up. He answered, and a woman on the other end sounded surprised. She said her name was Jennifer Ruff, and she was trying to call her husband Brian. Lassig quickly explained that he was with the sheriff's department and that her husband had left his post sometime during the night and couldn't be found. He was literally in the middle of investigating his disappearance. He then asked Jennifer when she had last spoken to Brian. Jennifer, obviously shocked by the news, told him she had just talked to him a couple of hours ago. She said they were on the phone and then Brian suddenly had to hang up because he saw a car approaching the shack. Lassig asked her if Brian had said anything specific about the car or who might be driving it. But Jennifer said no. He just said a car was coming and he had to go. Lassig was a bit disappointed there wasn't more information, but he thanked Jennifer and promised to be in touch as soon as he knew anything. He hung up the phone and turned his attention back to the tiny room. But just a few seconds later, the phone rang again. Lassig picked it up. And again, a woman on the line said she was Brian's wife, Jennifer, and she was asking where he was. But as Lassig was listening, he realized something was very wrong. This woman's voice sounded nothing like the woman he had just spoken to a minute ago, who had also claimed to be Jennifer. And this second woman clearly had no idea about their previous conversation. He was talking to 2 different people, both of them claiming to be Brian Ruff's wife. Obviously, only one of them could be telling the truth. Which meant one of these women had to be lying. A few days later, in mid-December of 1991, Detective Manny Lassig was sitting at the dining room table in the Ruffs' home. He had a cup of coffee in his hand and was sitting across from Brian's wife, Jennifer. Brian was still missing, and the investigation had been moving at a snail's pace. For the first few days, everyone was kind of hoping that Brian would just show up on his own, that maybe he had run off again like he had before. But as the days turned into a week, that seemed less and less likely. By now, Detective Lassig had traced the phone numbers of both women who had called the guard shack that night. He quickly confirmed that one of the calls had come from Jennifer Ruff's work phone number. So, he was pretty sure he was now sitting with the real Jennifer Ruff. But he was still trying to figure out why another woman would call and impersonate her. And the timing of the calls was just too strange to be a coincidence. One right after the other. It was bizarre. So, as Lassig sat across from Jennifer, he started by asking her for her alibi. Where had she been on the night Brian disappeared? She told him she had been at the hospital all night, working a long shift. She even gave Lassig the names of several of her coworkers who could back up her story. Then, Lassig changed the subject completely. He looked her in the eye and asked her, point blank, if there was any chance her husband could have been having an affair. Were there other women in his life? Had he been acting strange or secretive lately? The reason he asked, of course, was because of that second mysterious phone call. He knew there was another woman out there, even if Jennifer didn't. When Jennifer heard the question, she looked down at the table for a moment. Then she looked back up at him and said, yes, she was suspicious of that. She told Lassig all about the problems they'd been having in their marriage. She told him how, just the month before, Brian had suddenly run off, saying he needed time alone. He was gone for a week with no contact until he just showed up again, begging her to take him back. When Lassig heard that, he leaned back in his chair. He started to wonder if this whole investigation was a waste of time. If Brian had a history of just taking off without warning, what was to stop him from doing it again? Maybe this wasn't a crime at all. Maybe Brian would just turn up in a few days, just like last time. But Jennifer must have sensed what he was thinking, because she quickly added that the first time he left, he had at least left a note. And he'd told his boss he was quitting. There was some kind of warning. She insisted that it was not like Brian to just vanish in the middle of his shift like this, leaving his dinner half-eaten. He had his faults, she said, but this was different. Detective Lassig asked Jennifer if she knew where Brian had gone during that week he was away. In response, Jennifer got up and handed him a piece of mail from a nearby table. It was a credit card bill that had arrived that week, addressed to Brian. She explained she was confused when she saw it because, as far as she knew, Brian didn't even have a credit card. But apparently he did, and he had used it a lot while he was gone to pay for hotels, meals, and other things. Lassig took the bill and started looking it over. He saw a lot of charges from Las Vegas and San Francisco, and the amounts for restaurant meals and room service seemed a little high for just one person. He looked up from the bill at Jennifer, and he could tell from the look on her face that they had both come to the same conclusion. When Brian was away that week, he probably hadn't been alone. Jennifer then handed Lassig another piece of paper. It was their phone bill, with a detailed list of every call made and received over the past month. Jennifer said there were a bunch of numbers on the list that she didn't recognize. She thought maybe one of them belonged to the person Brian had been traveling with. As Lassig looked over the list of numbers, one of them immediately jumped out at him. It was the same number that the second woman, the fake Jennifer, had called from on the night Brian disappeared. Later that same day, Lassig was sitting in the living room of the house associated with that phone number. Across from him was a young woman named Christy Bradley. Her husband, Dale Bradley, was also a security guard at the Kenotok mine, the same place Brian worked. Dale wasn't home at the moment, and Lassig wanted to talk to Christy alone before he got back. So, he didn't beat around the bush. He told Christy that he was almost certain she and Brian had been having an affair. Before she could even respond, he pulled out the credit card bill Jennifer had given him and showed her the evidence. For a second, Christy looked like she was going to deny it. But then her face crumbled, and she broke down and admitted everything. She said she and Brian had been seeing each other for a while. She confirmed that they had run away together the month before for about a week. And even though they had both come back to their families, she said they were still very much in touch. She said that's why she had called the guard shack on the night Brian disappeared. She was just calling to talk to him. But when a strange man's voice answered the phone, Detective Lassig, she said she panicked. On instinct, she just lied and pretended to be Jennifer, his wife, so that their affair wouldn't be discovered. But she was very clear about one thing. She hadn't heard from Brian since that night, and she had no idea what happened to him. Lassig sat back and just watched her for a moment. She seemed genuinely worried about Brian. And even though her call to the guard shack was incredibly suspicious, her explanation for it actually made a twisted kind of sense. Still, he wasn't about to rule her out as a suspect just yet. And now, her husband Dale was also a primary suspect. If he had found out about his wife's affair with his friend and coworker, he would have a powerful motive for revenge. The next day, Lassig walked into an interrogation room at the sheriff's station. Dale Bradley was already sitting there, waiting for him. The moment Lassig came in, Dale asked if there was any news about Brian. Lassig said no, not yet. And to Lassig, Dale's concern seemed real. He sat down and asked Dale how long he'd known Brian. Dale said they'd met about a year ago when Brian started working at the mine, and they had become pretty good friends. They even hung out together outside of work sometimes. Then, trying to catch him off guard, Lassig abruptly changed the subject and asked Dale directly about his wife's affair with Brian. Dale looked completely stunned. He said he didn't know anything about Christy having an affair. Lassig explained what his wife had already confessed to. Dale seemed genuinely devastated. The idea that his wife was cheating on him, especially with a man he considered a close friend, was clearly a huge shock. As Dale was trying to process this, Lassig asked him where he was on the night of December 10th when Brian disappeared. Dale, still reeling from the news, took a moment to compose himself. He said that on that night his car had actually gotten stuck in the snow. He was at the University of Utah in Salt Lake City, which was almost an hour's drive from the mine. He said he even had to call a friend to come and pull his car out of the snowbank, and then he gave Lassig the friend's name so he could verify the story. After writing down the name, Lassig told Dale he wanted him to take a polygraph test. He also said they would need to search his car. Dale agreed to both requests without any hesitation at all. A few weeks later, Lassig was walking across the parking lot at the Kennetock mine. Brian still hadn't been found, and the investigation felt like it was hitting one dead end after another. Dale Bradley and his wife Christy had both taken polygraph tests, and they had both passed. Lassig had also searched Dale's red Mustang, but he found no evidence inside that connected him to Brian's disappearance. On top of that, the friend Dale mentioned had confirmed his story. He said yes, he had gone to help Dale get his Mustang out of the snow that night. So, Dale's alibi seemed solid. At that point, both Dale and Christy were unofficially moved off the suspect list. Lassig had also considered the possibility that Jennifer, Brian's actual wife, might have been involved. Her coworkers confirmed she was at work all evening on the night Brian disappeared, but it wasn't impossible that she had hired someone to harm Brian. She certainly had a motive. But with no evidence against her and still no body, all Lassig had was a gut feeling, and that wasn't enough. But then, just a few days ago, Lassig got a new lead that sent the investigation in a completely new direction. That's why he was back at the Kennetock mine to talk to Brian's supervisor, Todd Fallows, again. Lassig went into the office building and found Todd's office. When Todd saw him, he jumped up from his desk and eagerly greeted him, saying he would do anything he could to help find Brian. Lassig thanked him, but told him to sit back down. Then, Lassig sat down, pulled out a tape recorder, and hit the record button. He then told Todd why he was really there. 2 of Brian's fellow security guards had just been arrested for stealing precious metals and equipment from the mine and selling it all at local pawn shops. An internal investigation had uncovered a whole ring of employees who were involved in the thefts. Todd started to look nervous. He shifted in his chair and said he had heard about that, but he insisted he had nothing to do with it. He said he'd already been questioned by detectives from the Property Crimes Division. Lassig said he knew that, and that wasn't why he was there. He explained that when he reviewed the records from the theft investigation, he discovered that Brian had been the one who had reported some of his coworkers for stealing. So now, Lassig had a new theory. What if, on the night he disappeared, Brian had stopped a coworker's car, found stolen materials inside, and they had killed him to silence him? Todd leaned back in his chair, looking thoughtful for a moment. Then he admitted that, yeah, that was possible. He then started telling Detective Lassig about several places on the mine's property where a body could be hidden. As an example, he suggested the giant gravel pile by the concentrator, a machine that crushes minerals and grinds them into dust. Todd explained that if Brian's body had been placed there, it would have been sucked into the grinders and pulverized along with the rocks. He would be completely gone. Detective Lassig was taken aback by how specific Todd was being. It was like he had already thought about this in great detail. Sensing something was off, Lassig just let Todd keep talking. And Todd did. He kept offering up one gruesome theory after another about what could have happened to Brian. At one point, he suggested Brian could have been hidden under the waste piles, where weeks' worth of crushed boulders would have already fallen on top of him, burying him completely. He said if that happened, Brian would be under several tons of rock by now, and the police would never, ever find him. On the 10th of July, 1993, a full year and a half after Brian Ruff disappeared, Detective Lassig was driving through a barren stretch of desert in Utah, about 50 miles south of the Kennetock mine. There had been absolutely no progress on the case for over a year. The sheriff's department had spent countless hours searching the mine with police dogs and helicopters looking for any sign of Brian. But they had found nothing. Not a single trace. By this point, Lassig was sure that foul play was involved. But it was impossible to prove a murder without a body and without any evidence tying his suspects to the crime. For months, his team had investigated every single security guard at the mine, especially the ones involved in the theft ring. But they had verified that every guard who was on duty that night was at their assigned post when Brian vanished. And they had checked the alibis of everyone who wasn't scheduled to work. They couldn't link a single one of them to Brian's disappearance. That included his supervisor, Todd Fallows, who, despite his strangely specific theories, was eventually linked to the theft ring, but had a solid alibi for the night of the murder. As for Christy Bradley, the woman Brian was having an affair with, and her husband Dale, they had been ruled out early on. Their alibis checked out, they passed lie detector tests, and nothing new had come up in the last year and a half to make them suspects again. And Brian's wife, Jennifer, also remained off the list. She had a strong motive, but her alibi of being at work was airtight, and they could find no connection between her and any possible accomplice. So after more than a year of dead ends, the case had gone completely cold. But that morning, the investigation had suddenly come back to life. A group of campers had called the sheriff's department to report finding skeletal remains out in the desert. Lassig knew it was a long shot, but he was hoping it might be Brian. When he arrived at the location the campers had described, he got out of his car and walked across the dry, cracked earth to where a forensics team was setting up crime scene tape in the brush. As Lassig got closer, he could see a human skeleton lying in a shallow, makeshift grave. The skeleton was still wearing clothes, a dust-covered dark blue jacket. Lassig crouched down to get a better look, and he saw that it was a security guard's uniform. He put on a pair of gloves and carefully searched the pockets of the jacket. His fingers closed around a wallet. He pulled it out, opened it, and found an ID card and credit cards, all with the name Brian Ruff. It seemed clear that this was Brian's body. But because it was so decomposed, they would need to check dental records to be 100% sure, and that would take some time. While the crime scene techs carefully removed the remains, Lassig stayed behind with a K9 unit to search the area for any other evidence. And sure enough, just a few feet away from the grave, Lassig found 5 shotgun shells scattered in the dirt. It looked like Brian had been shot 5 times and then buried. Then, a few yards away from the shells, a police dog started barking. An officer called Lassig over. The officer was holding up a black work boot. There was a clear bullet hole right through the leather. Lassig was sure the boot had to be Brian's. But aside from the body and the boot, 18 months of brutal desert weather, scorching heat, wind, sand, snow, and rain had erased almost every other trace of forensic evidence. So even though Lassig now knew where and how Brian had been killed, he was worried he was no closer to figuring out who had done it. 12 years passed. On the 30th of April, 2005, Detective Todd Park of the Salt Lake City Sheriff's Office received a phone call. Park had been assigned to the cold case unit at the beginning of the year, and his full-time job was to solve old, forgotten crimes. The detective on the phone was from the sheriff's department in the next county over. He was investigating a recent homicide, and he thought it might be connected to one of Park's cold cases. Specifically, the murder of Brian Ruff. After the call, Park hung up the phone and went straight to his filing cabinet. He dug through the old dusty files until he found the one for Brian Ruff. He sat down at his desk and began sorting through the stacks of decade-old papers. And as he read, he noticed a tiny piece of evidence that the original investigators had somehow overlooked. And upon closer examination, Park realized this small detail was the key to unlocking the entire case. Based on all the forensic evidence, this is what police now believe happened to Brian Ruff on the night of the 10th of December, 1991. Around 6:30 p.m., the killer drove down that dark, winding service road toward the isolated part of the Kennetock mine. Up ahead, they saw the single light from Brian's small guard shack. The killer pulled their car right up to the shack and parked. When they got out, Brian came out of the shack to see who it was. He waved hello. The killer waved back and walked towards Brian. And as soon as they were close enough, they grabbed Brian, spun him around, and tied his hands behind his back. Before Brian could even react, the killer forced him into the back of their vehicle. The killer then got into the driver's seat, made a U-turn, and sped away from the mine, heading out towards the desert. As they drove, Brian was screaming and kicking in the back, trying desperately to escape. But the killer remained calm and just kept driving for nearly an hour until they reached another remote spot deep in the desert, about 50 miles away from the mine. They pulled off the road and stopped in an open, snow-covered patch of land. The killer got out, opened the back door, and dragged Brian out of the car. Brian was still fighting, but he was exhausted. He started pleading for his life, promising that if they just let him go, he would never tell anyone what had happened. But the killer wasn't listening. They grabbed a shovel and a shotgun from their vehicle, untied Brian, and then, at gunpoint, forced him to dig his own grave in the frozen ground. When Brian was finished, the killer raised the shotgun and shot him 5 times. After Brian was dead, they pushed his body into the hole he had just dug. The killer then got back into their car, a red Mustang, but when they tried to drive away, the Mustang's tires spun in the snow. They were stuck. So, they had to make a phone call to a friend for help. The friend came out, having no idea that a murder had just been committed only a few feet away, and helped the killer get their car out of the snow. And then, the killer drove off into the night. The killer was Dale Bradley, the coworker whose wife Brian was having an affair with. Dale's alibi that his car had gotten stuck in the snow an hour away from the mine was true. But it wasn't an alibi. It was a confession. He was describing being stuck at the crime scene. The friend who came to help him was telling the truth when he confirmed the story to the police, but he had no idea he was helping a murderer flee the scene of the crime. The police never cross-referenced the location where Dale said he was stuck with the location where Brian's body was eventually found. And so, they mistakenly believed his story. Additionally, Dale had passed a polygraph test early in the investigation, which made him seem even less like a suspect. He and Christy eventually divorced, likely because of the affair, and Dale later remarried. But in 2005, when his second wife, Crystal, was murdered, the detective investigating her case noticed that Dale Bradley had now been close to 2 different people who had been murdered. He thought it was too much of a coincidence, so he called Detective Park, the cold case investigator. That phone call prompted Detective Park to take a fresh look at the entire Brian Ruff case file. And that's when he found the note about the tiny speck of red paint found on the sole of the black work boot that was discovered near Brian's body. Park had the paint speck reanalyzed, and he was able to match it perfectly to the paint on the inside of the trunk of Dale Bradley's red Mustang. Dale Bradley was arrested and charged with Brian Ruff's murder on the 19th of September 2005. In 2007, he accepted a plea deal and pleaded guilty to the lesser charges of manslaughter and kidnapping. He was sentenced to 40 years in prison. As for his second wife, Crystal, her murder case remains unsolved to this day. Thank you so much for watching. Let me know what you thought of today's episode in the comments. And remember, we have a whole playlist of true crime episodes ready for you to binge right now. Until next time, see ya. We often like to think that we have a pretty good grasp on how the world works. We wake up in the morning, we go about our daily routines, and we assume that the boundaries of reality are solid and predictable. We go to the grocery store, we travel for work, we hang out with our families, and we watch television, expecting that everything will make perfect sense. But every once in a while, something happens that completely shatters that illusion. The solid ground beneath our feet suddenly feels incredibly fragile, and we are forced to confront events that seem like they were pulled straight out of a fictional thriller. The truth is that reality is often far more bizarre, terrifying, and mysterious than anything a writer could ever dream up. Today, we are going to dive into 5 strange but true stories that defy logical explanation. These are stories of chilling encounters in broad daylight, survival against absolute physical impossibility, warnings from places beyond our understanding, cruel psychological experiments carried out in secret, and a monstrous evil that managed to hide in plain sight on national television. To start, we have to travel back to February 17th of the year 2004. It was a cold afternoon in Wakachi City, Japan. Inside a massive, bustling superstore called Jusco, hundreds of shoppers were going about their normal routines. The air was filled with the typical sounds of a busy retail environment. You had the hum of fluorescent lights, the beep of cash registers, the murmurs of families discussing what to buy for dinner, and the gentle clatter of shopping carts. But suddenly, this peaceful, mundane atmosphere was completely shattered by a loud and aggressive commotion coming from the front of the store near a row of automated teller machines. When nearby shoppers stopped what they were doing and rushed over to see what was going on, they were met with a deeply unsettling sight. There was a thin young woman with a tiny baby strapped tightly to her chest, and she was locked in a violent, desperate struggle with an older man. At first, the onlookers just stood there in absolute shock. They did not know what to make of this. It was a chaotic scene, and they were trying to process who was the aggressor and who was the victim. But then, the young woman raised her voice and yelled out the word thief. The man she was grappling with was 68 years old, and he was clearly in a state of intense distress. He was a retiree, and in this moment he had been pinned up against a bank of ATMs by the sheer force of the struggle. His hands were clenched into tight defensive fists, as if he was desperately holding on to whatever it was he had supposedly taken from the woman. Seeing a young mother with an infant in danger, 3 men from the gathering crowd decided they had to intervene. They lunged forward, grabbed the older man, and wrestled him away from the woman, pinning him face down onto the hard floor. Even though he was outnumbered and held down, the older man refused to open his hands. The 3 bystanders began screaming for the police, who happened to be patrolling nearby in the shopping center. The officers ran over, immediately jumped on top of the older man, and forced handcuffs onto his wrists. All the while, the man was lying on the ground, crying out and pleading with them, saying over and over that he had done absolutely nothing wrong. But then, his voice changed. Onlookers would later report that he began making a series of very strange, guttural moaning sounds. Before anyone could figure out what was happening to him, the man began violently vomiting, and within seconds, his body went completely limp as he lost consciousness. An ambulance was called, and while the police officers were waiting for emergency services to arrive, they decided to pry open the unconscious man's clenched fist to see what he had stolen. But when they finally managed to force his fingers open, they did not find a stolen wallet or a wad of cash. The only thing he was clutching was his own bank card, which was now severely bent in 3 different places from the force of his grip. The police searched his pockets and found his wallet, which belonged entirely to him. They also looked through the shopping bags that were scattered on the floor around him, but those bags only contained basic pet supplies, specifically some hamster food that he had just purchased. There was absolutely no evidence that this man had taken anything from anyone. At this point, the police realized they needed to speak to the victim to find out what had actually happened. They looked up from the unconscious man on the floor and began scanning the crowd of onlookers for the young woman with the baby. But she was gone. In the chaos of the struggle, the arresting officers, the bystanders, and the crowd had been so focused on subduing the older man that nobody had kept an eye on her. The police asked the crowd if anyone knew who she was or which way she had gone, but everyone just shook their heads. Nobody had paid attention to her departure. The police officers thought it was certainly a bit strange that a victim of a robbery would just walk away without waiting to speak to law enforcement, but they figured she was probably just shaken up and wanted to get her baby out of a stressful situation. Since she was gone and the suspect was unconscious, they decided to classify the whole incident as an attempted robbery and essentially put it to the side for the moment. But the situation grew far more serious the very next day. While still in the hospital, the 68-year-old retiree died. The medical examiners determined that his cause of death was heart failure, which had been brought on by the extreme physical and psychological stress of the altercation and the subsequent arrest. When the police received this report, they simply updated the case file to reflect that the suspect had passed away, and they prepared to close the investigation permanently. However, the family of the deceased man, who was referred to in police reports as Mr. A, completely refused to accept this outcome. They were devastated, and they knew in their hearts that Mr. A would never have attacked a young woman, let alone a mother with a baby. He was a gentle, quiet retiree who had spent 40 years of his life working dedicatedly for a chemical manufacturing company. He was currently collecting a modest pension and worked part-time as a security guard just to keep himself busy. He lived a peaceful life with his wife, his children, and his grandchildren in a house located just about a kilometer away from the Jusco store. On the afternoon of his death, he had walked to the store for the sole purpose of buying food for his grandson's pet hamster. His family went to the police and begged them to reopen the case. They insisted that Mr. A was not a criminal and that the mysterious woman must have done something to provoke him or start the fight. The police initially brushed them off, but the family was so persistent that the department finally agreed to a compromise. They said they would review the store's closed-circuit television security footage from that afternoon just to make sure they had not missed any crucial details. And when the investigators sat down to watch that footage, what they saw completely terrified them. The security camera was positioned directly over the row of ATMs where the entire struggle had taken place. The footage showed that about 5 minutes before Mr. A even entered the frame, the young woman with the baby was already standing there. But she was not waiting in line, and she was not using an ATM. She was standing tucked away in a dark corner just off to the side, completely motionless. Her back was pressed against the wall, her head was tilted downward, and she was holding her baby strapped to her chest. She stood there like a statue, never moving a muscle, just staring at the ground. Then Mr. A walked into the frame. He carried several shopping bags on his arms. He walked up to one of the ATMs, inserted his card, withdrew some cash, and turned around to walk toward the exit. The moment his back was turned, the woman in the corner suddenly came to life. It was as if a switch had been flipped. She lifted her head, stepped out of the shadow, and walked directly toward Mr. A. As she passed him, she deliberately reached out and brushed her hand against his chest in a very swift, gliding motion. The footage showed that Mr. A had an immediate, instinctive reaction to being touched by her. He spun around and grabbed her arm, clearly trying to stop her or ask what she was doing. And that was the exact moment the struggle began, and she started screaming that he was a thief. It was absolutely clear from the security tape that Mr. A had not tried to rob anyone. He was completely innocent. The woman had set a trap for him, waiting in the dark corner for the perfect target, and had fabricated the entire robbery out of thin air. As the video continued, the investigators watched the 3 bystanders tackle Mr. A to the ground. They watched the police arrive and handcuff him. And then they focused their attention on the woman. During the absolute chaos of the arrest, while everyone's eyes were glued to the dying man on the floor, the woman simply stood up, adjusted the baby on her chest, and calmly walked into the crowd, blending in and disappearing. The police immediately launched a massive search through all the security footage from every single camera in and around the Jusco Superstore. They looked at the entrance cameras, the exit cameras, the parking lot cameras, and the street-level cameras. They analyzed hours of tape from before and after the incident. But they found absolutely nothing. There was not a single frame of footage showing this woman entering the store, nor was there any footage of her leaving. It was as if she had simply materialized in that dark corner next to the ATMs, waited for Mr. A, caused his death, and then vanished into thin air. To make matters even more frustrating, the police interviewed dozens of witnesses who had been standing just feet away from the struggle, but not a single one of them could provide a detailed or reliable description of the woman's face. It was as if their minds had completely blocked it out, or they had simply been too distracted by the violence of the struggle to register her features. But the investigators did not give up. They went back to the ATM camera footage and began playing it frame by frame, zooming in as much as possible. And after hours of painstaking analysis, They found one single second where the woman had looked directly up right into the lens of the security camera, exposing her face. But when the investigators saw her face on the screen, they were so deeply unsettled that they made a highly unusual decision. They decided to hide the image from the public. They did not release it to the media, and they did not show it to anyone outside the department for an entire year. They were genuinely concerned that if the citizens of Wakachi City saw this photograph, it would create widespread panic, and people would be too terrified to ever shop at the Jusco store again. When the image was finally released a year later, the public understood why the police had been so hesitant. The woman's face was completely devoid of any human emotion. Her eyes were blank, hollow, and downcast, staring out with a chilling coldness. There was no anger, no fear, and no excitement on her face. Many people who saw the image compared it to a death mask, which is a plaster cast made of a dead person's face shortly after their passing. Others remarked that she did not even look like a living human being, but rather something artificial or ghostly. After seeing the footage and realizing that their loved one had been entirely innocent, Mr. A's family filed a lawsuit against the police department for their negligence in detaining and pinning him to the ground while he was clearly experiencing a fatal medical emergency. The family and the department eventually reached an out-of-court settlement, but money was never what the family truly wanted. They wanted answers. They wanted to know who this woman was, why she had targeted Mr. A, and what she had done to him to cause his sudden, violent death. But despite the wide release of the creepy photograph, no one ever came forward with any information. The woman with the baby was never identified. And now, she never will be. The statute of limitations for the case officially expired in the year 2011. Today, the mystery of the Jusco Phantom remains one of the most famous and unsettling unsolved cases in modern Japanese history. It is still debated in online forums where people share the eerie photograph and wonder what kind of force was standing in that dark corner on that cold afternoon in 2004. Now, we shift our focus to an entirely different kind of mystery, one that took place high in the sky over New South Wales, Australia in the year 2007. 35-year-old Eva Wisniewska was not your average athlete. She was a member of the German national paragliding team, and she was widely considered to be the absolute best female paraglider on the planet. Over the previous 2 years, she had competed in 10 of the world's most prestigious paragliding competitions, and she had walked away with the gold in 6 of them. She was incredibly driven, highly skilled, and determined to keep her title as the world champion. On the 24th of February 2007, Eva was on Mount Bora in Australia, preparing her high-tech paragliding gear. She was joined by about 200 other paragliders from all over the world. This was Eva's very last chance to get a training flight in before her first major high-stakes competition of the season, which was scheduled to begin the following week. She was completely focused and eager to get into the air. But as the pilots were lining up and checking their equipment, one of the event coaches walked out in front of the crowd to deliver a warning. He told them that a line of storm clouds had been spotted far to the north. However, the weather forecast for the area was highly ambiguous. The meteorologist could not tell if the storm was going to move directly over Mount Bora or if it would pass safely to the side. The coach told the pilots that the decision to launch was entirely up to them. They had to weigh the risks for themselves. Eva looked up at the sky. It was turning a heavy, dark shade of gray, but she decided that she could not afford to miss this training opportunity. She figured that if the weather started to look truly dangerous once she was in the air, she would simply cut her flight short and land safely in the fields below. The rest of her German teammates, however, were not willing to take that chance. They decided to stay grounded and monitor her progress from a chase fan on the road. Because Eva took a little extra time to double-check her harness and her instruments, by the time she was ready to step up to the edge of the cliff, almost everyone else had already launched. She was one of only a few pilots left on the mountain. She strapped herself into her glider, took a powerful, determined run forward, and launched herself off the cliff, soaring gracefully into the sky. Down on the ground, her teammates tracked her path using GPS and kept in touch with her via a two-way radio. For the first part of her flight, everything was incredibly peaceful. The air was smooth, and Ava navigated along the rugged ridgeline of Mount Bora for about 12 miles. But as the ridge ended and she sailed out over the vast, flat Australian savanna, the situation took a sudden and terrifying turn. Two massive thunderstorm clouds had rapidly developed directly in her flight path. One of the clouds was significantly larger than the other. The vast majority of the paragliders who had launched earlier in the day had already passed through this area before the clouds formed, so they were safe. But Ava and two other pilots, one from the Austrian team and one from the Chinese team, were now flying straight toward the danger. They had to make a choice. They could either land immediately in the rough, unpredictable terrain of the savanna, or they could try to navigate around the perimeter of the clouds. They chose to try and dodge them. They knew it was incredibly dangerous to fly anywhere near the bottom of these clouds because of a phenomenon known as an updraft. At the onset of a major storm, a massive column of warm air is sucked violently from the ground up into the atmosphere, feeding the clouds. If a paraglider gets caught in that column, they can be pulled upward like a leaf in a vacuum cleaner. So Ava and the other two pilots began flying aggressively away from the dark clouds, trying to find a clear path. But the storm was moving far faster than they could have anticipated. In a matter of seconds, the larger cloud overtook the smaller one, combining to form a massive 12-mile-wide cumulonimbus cloud. Suddenly, all three pilots were trapped inside the storm zone. The updraft of a cumulonimbus cloud is legendary among aviators for its sheer destructive power. It can easily tear aircraft apart, and it can last for over an hour. The Austrian pilot immediately realized the danger. He pulled down hard on one of his steering toggles, pointed his feet downward, and began a tight, aggressive spiral to force his glider down to the earth, successfully escaping the grasp of the rising air. As he was spiraling down, he looked back to check on the other two. He could not see the Chinese pilot, but he saw Ava. She was desperately trying to mimic his spiraling maneuver, but it was too late. She was already caught in the core of the updraft. The Austrian pilot watched in horror as Ava was pulled straight up, disappearing into the pitch-black heart of the cloud. By the time the Austrian pilot slammed into the ground, a ferocious storm had broken loose. Giant hailstones were pelting the earth around him. He scrambled for shelter in a nearby barn, pulled out his radio, and screamed to the ground crews that they had an extreme emergency. Inside the cloud, Ava was experiencing a nightmare. She was being hurled upward at an unbelievable speed of 60 feet per second. The wind was so loud and violent that it felt like she was standing next to a jet engine. She was completely blind, surrounded by absolute darkness, except for the blinding flashes of lightning that exploded mere feet away from her glider. She knew she was being dragged into the very center of the storm's eye. She managed to squeeze her radio button and send a desperate message to her team on the ground. She gasped out that she could not see anything, and then her radio went completely dead. As she rose higher and higher, the temperature plummeted, and she was pelted by hailstones the size of oranges. The pain was excruciating, and she fought with every ounce of her strength to keep her glider stable. But at those extreme heights, the air becomes incredibly thin. Soon, Ava began to suffer from hypoxia, a severe lack of oxygen to the brain. She could no longer think clearly, her vision faded, and she passed out. The updraft did not stop. It shot her unconscious body all the way up and out of the very top of the storm cloud. While she was finally out of the turbulent, wet air of the storm, she was now floating in an environment that was 50 degrees below zero. Almost instantly, everything on her body froze solid. Her face, her insulated gloves, her clothing, and the delicate fabric lines of her paraglider were covered in a thick layer of ice. At that altitude, there was virtually no oxygen to breathe, and she had no mask or tank. By every known law of human physiology, Ava Wisniewska should have died within minutes. Yet, she did not. Her heart kept beating and she remained unconscious, floating helplessly above the storm for 45 long minutes. Then, the weight of the ice on her glider caused one side of the wing to collapse. Suddenly, Ava was sent into a violent, uncontrolled freefall. She was hurtling back down toward the earth at a speed of 90 feet per second, falling straight through the frozen, turbulent storm cloud for a second time. But, as she cleared the bottom of the cloud and entered warmer, denser air, a miracle occurred. The ice on her glider melted, and the rush of air caused the canopy to naturally inflate and open back up. The violent, jerking motion of the glider suddenly stopping her terminal velocity jolted Ava back to consciousness. She opened her eyes, completely disoriented and shivering uncontrollably. She was still high in the air, but she was below the storm. The updraft had finally dissipated. Weakly, she reached up, grabbed her steering toggles, and guided her frozen glider down to a rough crash landing in a grassy field. She curled her freezing body into a tight ball, reached for her radio, and called her team. When they heard her voice, they began to cry. They had been preparing themselves for the worst. The Chinese pilot who had been sucked into the storm with her had unfortunately been struck by lightning and killed. They had assumed Ava had met the same fate. Ava was rushed to the hospital where doctors braced themselves for severe injuries. But to their absolute astonishment, they found that she had survived almost completely unscathed. She had some deep bruises from the giant hailstones and some moderate frostbite on her face and ears, but she required no major surgeries. She was actually discharged from the hospital that very same day. Later, Ava and her teammates went back to the launch site to retrieve her equipment. They decided to plug her GPS tracking unit into a computer to see just how high the storm had carried her. When the data loaded onto the screen, the team stared at it in complete, stunned silence. The GPS log showed that Ava had reached a peak altitude of 32,634 feet. To put that into perspective, that is the exact cruising altitude of a commercial passenger jet. Ava had been floating in the open air, unprotected, at an altitude higher than the summit of Mount Everest, and she had lived to tell the story. Our third story takes us back to the early morning hours of the 10th of June, 1994, in the mountainous terrain of Northern California. A woman named Deborah Hoy was fast asleep in a guest bedroom at her relative's house in Sacramento. She and her husband had planned a lovely, relaxing, multi-day visit with their family. But, at around 2 o'clock in the morning, Deborah suddenly jolted awake. She did not know why she was awake, but she was immediately gripped by an intense, overwhelming sense of panic. It was not a physical pain, but rather a psychological urgency, a deep, unshakable feeling that something was terribly wrong and that they had to leave the house immediately and drive back to their home in Lake Tahoe. Deborah turned to her husband and shook him awake. She explained the feeling, her voice trembling with anxiety. Her husband, who was exhausted, tried his best to reassure her. He told her that she had probably just had a vivid nightmare and that she was still half asleep. He urged her to close her eyes and try to go back to sleep, promising that if she still felt the same way in the morning, they would pack up and leave first thing. Deborah nodded and laid back down, but as she stared at the dark ceiling, the feeling only grew stronger. It was like a physical weight pressing down on her chest, a voice in her head screaming at her that they had to get on the road right that second. Finally, she could not take it anymore. She jumped out of bed, turned on the lights, and told her husband that they were leaving right now. Seeing that his wife was genuinely terrified, her husband reluctantly agreed to go. They quietly packed their suitcases, wrote a hasty note of apology to their relatives, slipped out the front door, and got into their car. The drive from Sacramento to Lake Tahoe requires navigating a notorious stretch of highway up in the mountains. One of the most dangerous parts of this route is a section known as Ballen Bend. It is an incredibly winding, narrow road with sharp, blind turns, flanked on one side by a towering rock wall and on the other by a sheer, steep drop-off down the side of the mountain. One wrong move or a moment of distraction, and a car would plummet into the deep ravine below. They had been driving through the pitch-black mountain air for about 15 minutes, with only their headlights cutting through the darkness, when they rounded a particularly sharp horseshoe bend. As the headlights swept across the right side of the road, Deborah, who was looking out the passenger window, spotted something lying on the shoulder of the highway just a few feet past the asphalt. At first, she thought it was just some discarded trash, a sleeping bag, or perhaps a dead animal that had been hit by a truck. But as their car drew closer, the headlights fully illuminated the object. Deborah gasped in horror. Lying there on the cold, dirty gravel was the body of a young woman. She was completely naked, lying on her side, and appeared to be totally motionless. Deborah turned to her husband and screamed for him to keep driving. Her husband, who had also caught a brief glimpse of the figure, was panicked. He asked if they should stop, if they should turn around and see if she was alive and needed help. But Deborah was absolutely hysterical. She was convinced that the body was a trap, a setup by some violent criminal hiding in the trees, waiting for an unsuspecting driver to stop so they could rob or kill them. She pleaded with her husband to just keep driving and find the nearest phone. Luckily, just a quarter of a mile down the road, they came across a forest ranger station. In the parking lot, there was a public payphone. They pulled in, and Deborah, her hands shaking, dialed the police. She explained exactly what she had seen on the shoulder of Ballen Bend. The dispatcher told them to stay put at the ranger station and wait for responding officers to arrive. A few minutes later, a police cruiser pulled into the parking lot. The officers listened to Deborah's story and then asked her husband to lead the way back up the mountain, stopping a safe distance before the sharp bend so they could investigate. The couple got back into their car, with the police cruiser following close behind. They drove back up the winding road, and as they approached the horseshoe turn, her husband pulled over onto the shoulder. The officers parked behind them, got out of their cruiser, and walked past the couple's car, disappearing around the bend with their high-powered flashlights. Deborah and her husband sat in their car, watching the beams of light sweep across the dark trees and the side of the road. But after several minutes, the officers walked back around the bend, their faces looking completely blank. They walked up to Deborah's window, and one of them told her that they had searched the entire area, but there was absolutely nothing there. There was no body, no clothes, no trash, and no signs of anyone having been on the shoulder. Deborah was stunned. She insisted that she was not crazy and that she knew exactly what she had seen. The officers were polite, but they told her that since there was no evidence of a crime, they had to clear the scene. They advised the couple to continue their drive home and try to get some rest. The officers drove back to their precinct, and as they were sitting in the break room discussing the strange call, another officer named Rich Strayer walked in. Rich was a veteran of the department, and when he heard them mention the name Ballen Bend, his ears immediately perked up. Rich knew that just a few days prior, a young mother named Christine Skubish and her 3-year-old son Nicky had been reported missing. They had been driving to a family member's house, and the last known tower ping from Christine's cell phone had placed her somewhere near Ballen Bend. Rich wondered if the woman Deborah had seen could have been Christine. The next morning, as soon as the sun came up, Rich got into his patrol car and drove out to Ballen Bend. He pulled over at the exact spot Deborah had described and began a foot search. Within minutes of walking along the shoulder, he spotted something small lying near the guardrail. He walked over and picked it up. It was a child's shoe. Rich felt a knot form in his stomach. He walked to the edge of the guardrail and looked down the steep, vertical embankment. At first, all he could see was a dense canopy of pine trees and thick brush. But as he adjusted his eyes, he noticed a faint trail of broken branches and trampled leaves leading down into the ravine. And then he saw a glint of red metal far below. Rich scrambled over the guardrail and began a treacherous climb down the steep mountain slope. He tore through the thick brush, following the path of destruction until he finally reached a small, flat clearing near the bottom of the ravine. There, crushed and battered by the trees, was a red 4-door sedan. It was the exact car Christine Skubish had been driving. Rich ran to the driver's side and looked through the shattered window. Inside the driver's seat was Christine, and it was immediately clear that she was deceased. Rich then looked over into the passenger seat, and his heart stopped. There, strapped into his car seat, was 3-year-old Nicky. He was pale, incredibly thin, and barely breathing, but his eyes were open. He was alive. He had survived for 5 days in the freezing mountain temperatures without food or water. Rich quickly pulled him from the wreckage, carried him up the mountain, and called for an emergency medical helicopter. At the hospital, doctors worked frantically to save the little boy. They later told Rich that if he had found Nikki even 1 or 2 hours later, the boy would have succumbed to severe dehydration and exposure. He had been found at the absolute last possible second. When the investigators began reconstructing the accident, they assumed that Christine had fallen asleep at the wheel, run off the road, and crashed down the embankment. They figured that at some point she must have survived the initial impact, crawled up the steep slope to the road, and laid down on the shoulder to seek help, which was when Deborah had spotted her. They believe she must have then crawled back down to the car to be with her son before she died. But when the coroner completed the autopsy on Christine, that theory was completely destroyed. The medical examiner proved beyond any shadow of a doubt that Christine had died instantly from massive head trauma the exact moment the car hit the trees, 5 days before Deborah and her husband had driven down that road. She could not have climbed up to the road, and she could not have been the woman Deborah saw lying on the shoulder. To this day, there is no logical explanation for what Deborah Hoy saw on that dark mountain road. The police searched the area thoroughly and confirmed no other people or bodies were present. Yet, it was Deborah's highly specific police report that led Officer Rich Strayer to search the exact spot where little Nikki was dying in the ravine. Many believe that some supernatural force, perhaps a maternal instinct that transcended death itself, had manifested on the road to guide rescuers to the dying child. Now we move to a story that began in 1980, involving a young man named Bobby Shafron. Bobby was 19 years old, and he was on his way to Sullivan County Community College, located about 2 hours outside of New York City, to begin his very first semester of college. Bobby was incredibly nervous. He was a shy, quiet kid who had never been popular in high school, and he did not know a single person at this new school. As he pulled his car into the campus parking lot, he saw hundreds of students laughing, hugging, and carrying boxes into the dorm buildings. He felt a deep sense of isolation. He grabbed his backpack, took a deep breath, and began walking across the wide campus lawn toward his dorm. But as he walked, Bobby noticed something very strange. Every time he passed a group of students, they would stop talking and just stare at him. Some of them smiled warmly, and others began waving. Bobby figured they were just being exceptionally friendly to freshmen, so he smiled back. But then a young woman ran directly up to him, threw her arms around his neck, kissed him on the cheek, and told him she was so happy he was back. Bobby was completely confused. He gently pushed her away and told her that she must have the wrong person because he had never been to this school before. The girl laughed, rolled her eyes as if he was playing a joke, and walked away. Bobby continued into the dorm building, but the bizarre interactions only intensified. As he walked down the hallway, random guys were high-fiving him, patting him on the back, and welcoming him back for the year. Finally, as he was about to turn the corner toward his assigned room, a voice boomed down the hallway behind him, calling out the name Eddie. Bobby stopped and turned around. At the far end of the hall, a student was waving excitedly, yelling for Eddie to come over. Bobby walked up to the student and explained that his name was not Eddie, that he was a freshman named Bobby, and that there had clearly been some sort of massive misunderstanding. The student stared at him for a second, laughed, and told him that he was a funny guy before walking off. Bobby went into his room, shut the heavy door, and sat on his bed, feeling completely overwhelmed and deeply unsettled. He could not understand why an entire campus of strangers was convinced he was a guy named Eddie. A few minutes later, there was a loud knock on his door. Bobby opened it, expecting another confusing encounter. Standing in the hallway was a student he had never seen before. But the moment this student saw Bobby's face, all the color drained from his skin. The student began visibly shaking. He stared at Bobby for a long, silent moment and then asked him if he had been adopted. Bobby, taken aback by the highly personal question, said that yes, he had been adopted as a baby. The student then asked if his birthday was the 12th of July, 1961. Bobby's jaw dropped. He said yes. The student, whose name was Michael, grabbed Bobby by the shoulders. He explained that his best friend, a guy named Eddie Galland, had attended the school the previous year but had decided not to return this term. Michael told Bobby that he looked, spoke, walked, and acted exactly like Eddie. He told Bobby that they had to be identical twins. Bobby could hardly believe what he was hearing. He had spent his entire life believing he was an only child. Michael insisted they call Eddie immediately. They ran out to a campus payphone, Michael dialed the number, and when a voice answered, Bobby took the receiver. He introduced himself to Eddie, and as soon as Eddie spoke, Bobby felt a chill run down his spine. The voice coming through the earpiece sounded exactly like his own. Eddie was just as shocked, and he immediately invited Bobby and Michael to come to his house in Long Island. The two boys jumped into Bobby's car and drove for 2 hours through the night. When they arrived at Eddie's suburban neighborhood, they saw a house with every single light turned on, glowing in the darkness. As they walked up the driveway, the front door flew open. Standing in the doorway was Eddie Galland. Bobby and Eddie stared at each other in absolute, breathless silence. They were looking into a living mirror. They had the same hair, the same eyes, the same build, and the same expressions. Michael would later describe the moment as deeply emotional. The two brothers, who had been separated at birth, immediately embraced, laughing and crying at the same time. The story of their incredible chance reunion quickly caught the attention of a local newspaper called Newsday. A reporter was sent to interview the boys, and the paper published a heartwarming, feel-good article about the long-lost twins who had been brought together by pure coincidence. But then, the story took a turn from the highly improbable to the downright impossible. A young man named David Kellman was sitting in his home in Queens, New York, when his friends began calling him in a state of frantic excitement. They told him he needed to go buy a copy of Newsday immediately. They told him that there was an article about two identical twins, and that the photos of the twins looked exactly like David. David was skeptical, but he went down to the local corner store and bought the paper. When he looked at the front page, his heart skipped a beat. The two boys staring back at him were his exact double. But what really caught his eye were their hands. David had always been self-conscious about having unusually large, thick hands, and in the photograph, both Bobby and Eddie had those exact same hands. David read the article and saw that their birthday was the 12th of July, 1961, and that they had been born at the exact same hospital in Long Island where he had been born. He immediately realized that they were not just twins. They were triplets. David managed to get Eddie's phone number and dialed it. Eddie's mother answered the phone, and when David explained who he was, his birthday, and his adoption, she gasps and drops the phone, screaming to her family that they were coming out of the woodwork. A few days later, Bobby and Eddie drove to David's house. The moment all three of them were in the same room, any doubt disappeared. They were identical triplets. Within minutes of meeting, the three 19-year-olds were wrestling on the living room floor, laughing hysterically and talking over one another. It was a beautiful, joyful reunion that made headlines all over the globe. The triplets became instant celebrities. They were invited onto the most popular national talk shows, they were featured on the covers of magazines, and they were hounded by fans wherever they went. People were fascinated by the uncanny similarities between them. Despite being raised by three completely different families in different parts of New York, they all smoked the same brand of cigarettes, they had all competed in wrestling in high school, they all loved the same foods, and they even shared the exact same physical mannerisms and gestures. They decided to move into an apartment together in New York City, and they lived like rock stars. They went to the trendiest clubs, met famous celebrities, and eventually opened an incredibly successful restaurant in Manhattan called Triplets. But while the boys were enjoying their new life, their adoptive parents were growing increasingly angry. They had all adopted their sons through a highly prestigious and wealthy New York agency called Louise Wise Services. None of the parents had ever been told that their baby had brothers, let alone identical triplets. They felt that the agency had deliberately kept them in the dark and stolen their children's right to grow up together. The parents demanded a formal meeting with the executives of Louise Wise Services. When they sat down in the agency's grand conference room, they asked why the triplets had been separated. The executives coldly explained that it was simply too difficult to find a single adoptive home that was willing or able to take in 3 babies at once, so they had made the decision to separate them for their own good. David's father stood up and slammed his fist on the table, telling them that was complete nonsense and that he would have gladly taken all 3 boys if he had only been told the truth. But the agency refused to give any further explanation and abruptly ended the meeting. As the families were walking out of the building, Bobby's father realized he had forgotten his umbrella in the conference room. He turned around, walked back down the quiet hallway, and opened the door. But when he looked inside, he saw the very same executives who had just offered their cold, somber apologies. They had popped open a bottle of expensive champagne and were clinking their glasses together, laughing and celebrating. It was immediately clear to him that they were not sorry at all. They were celebrating having successfully lied to the families and protected some dark secret. The parents tried to hire several prominent law firms to sue the agency, but every single firm they contacted initially showed great excitement, only to call back days later and abruptly back out of the case, claiming a conflict of interest. The parents realized that Louise Wise Services had incredibly powerful, wealthy connections in New York, and that someone was putting pressure on the legal community to keep this secret buried. Eventually, the families hit a brick wall, and they had no choice but to try and move on. But as the years went by, the cracks began to show. The triplets, who had never experienced the normal, slow process of growing up together and learning how to navigate conflicts, began to clash over how to run their restaurant. The arguments became increasingly personal and bitter. Bobby eventually decided he had to walk away from the business, which deeply fractured the trio's bond. Eddie, who suffered from undiagnosed mental health issues, was devastated by the falling out. He desperately wanted his brothers to be close, and the stress of the fracture sent him into a spiral of severe depression. After a brief stay in a psychiatric hospital, Eddie tragically took his own life. It was in the wake of this tragedy that a brilliant investigative journalist named Lawrence Wright began looking into the case. During his research, he stumbled across a highly obscure, dusty scientific paper tucked away in an academic journal. The paper detailed a secret, long-term psychological study involving identical twins and triplets who had been intentionally separated at birth and placed with different families. The paper revealed that all the children in the study had been sourced from the exact same agency, Louise Wise Services. Lawrence contacted Bobby and David and delivered the shocking news. They had not been separated because it was hard to find a home for 3 babies. They had been separated on purpose from the moment they were born to be used as human lab rats in a highly unethical, secret scientific experiment. The study had been designed and run by a prominent New York psychologist named Dr. Peter Neubauer. The goal of the experiment was to solve the age-old scientific debate of nature versus nurture. Dr. Neubauer wanted to see if a person's personality, intelligence, and mental health were determined entirely by their genetics, or if their environment and upbringing could change who they became. To achieve this, the triplets had been deliberately placed into 3 completely different socioeconomic households. Bobby was given to a very wealthy, highly educated family where the father was a doctor. Eddie was placed with a stable, middle-class family where the father was a strict teacher. David was placed with a warm, loving, but low-income immigrant family where English was a second language. Every year of their childhood, researchers from the study would visit each of the boys' homes under the false pretense that they were just conducting routine, standard follow-up visits for the adoption agency. They would film the boys, administer cognitive tests, and take detailed notes on their behavior. The parents had no idea that their sons were being compared to 2 identical brothers living just miles away. Even worse, the researchers had actually used the family's first adopted children as a sort of baseline, studying how the parents raised them before placing the triplets into the homes, essentially turns the parents themselves into unwitting test subjects. When Lawrence Wright tried to interview Dr. Neubauer about the study, The psychologist refused to answer any questions and showed absolutely no remorse. He had never published his final findings, and before his death in 2008, he had ensured that the entire study, including all the video footage and records of the triplets' childhoods, was legally sealed in the archives of Yale University until the year 2066, long after the surviving triplets would be dead. In a recent documentary about the case, Dr. Neubauer's former assistant claimed that the study had proved that nature was far more powerful than nurture, and that the boys were genetically predisposed to their behaviors. But many critics pointed out the ultimate tragedy of the study. Eddie, who had been raised by a cold, strict father, had succumbed to depression and suicide, while his brothers, raised in warmer homes, had survived. This suggested that nurture did indeed play a massive critical role, and that the separation itself had caused irreparable psychological harm to all three boys. To this day, Bobby and David have never received a formal apology or a full explanation of what was done to them. The secrets of their lives remain locked away in a university vault, a chilling reminder of how far some are willing to go in the name of science. For our fifth and final story, we go back to a milestone night in American television, the 18th of December, 1956. This was the night that a revolutionary new game show called To Tell the Truth made its very first broadcast. The setup of the show was incredibly engaging. The audience and a panel of 4 celebrity judges would be introduced to 3 contestants, all of whom claimed to be the exact same person. This person was always someone remarkable, someone who had accomplished an extraordinary feat, possessed an unbelievable talent, or lived a highly unusual life. Only one of the 3 contestants was the actual, real person. The other 2 were imposters, coached by the show's producers to lie, manipulate, and trick the judges. The celebrity panel would have a few minutes to ask the contestants questions about their biography to see who would slip up. At the end, the judges would vote on who they believed was telling the truth, and the host would ask the real person to stand up, resulting in massive applause from the studio audience. The show was an absolute sensation, and it remained a staple of American culture for decades. But of all the thousands of episodes that have aired over the years, there is one particular broadcast from October of 1972 that will forever be remembered as deeply chilling. On that evening, 3 middle-aged men walked onto the stage and introduced themselves to the panel as Ed Edwards. The host then read the biography of the real Ed Edwards. It was a fascinating, dramatic story. The host explained that Ed had once been an incredibly dangerous criminal, a man who had landed himself a spot on the FBI's 10 most wanted fugitives list for a series of daring armed robberies and for impersonating a federal officer. But, the host continued, while Ed was serving a long sentence in a maximum security prison, a compassionate guard had taken him under his wing and helped him reform. Upon his release, Ed had dedicated his life to being a model citizen. He had written a best-selling book about his life and had become a highly sought-after motivational speaker, traveling the country to teach people how to spot con men and protect themselves from criminals. The celebrity judges began questioning the 3 men, trying to poke holes in their stories about prison life and criminal tactics. After the interrogation was over, the judges cast their votes. Finally, the host spoke the famous line, asking the real Ed Edwards to please stand up. A man in a sharp suit, with a warm, friendly smile and a perfectly groomed haircut, stood up. The crowd erupted into applause. He looked like the absolute definition of a wholesome, suburban American father. He looked like a man who could not hurt a fly. But, decades later, the world would learn the horrifying truth about the man who stood up on that stage. In the year 2009, a 40-year-old woman named April Balacio was lying in her bed, unable to sleep. April was Ed Edwards' daughter. And for her entire life, she had been haunted by a deep, dark suspicion about her father. Despite his public image as a reformed, peaceful family man, behind closed doors, Ed was an absolute monster. He was incredibly violent, physically abusive, and a pathological liar. April remembered that during her childhood in the 1970s and 80s, Her father would suddenly force the family to pack up all their belongings in the middle of the night and move to a different state with absolutely no warning. Whenever April or her siblings asked why they had to keep running, Ed would claim that because he had been a police informant during his time in prison, old associates had discovered their address and they were in imminent danger. April never believed him. She always felt that they were running from something far more sinister. So, on that night in 2009, April opened her laptop and decided to do some digging. She began making a list of all the random small towns they had briefly lived in during her childhood. She typed the name of each town into Google, followed by the words unsolved murder or unsolved mystery. As she scrolled through the search results, she stopped at a case from 1,980. It was an unsolved double homicide in the town of Watertown, Wisconsin. April's heart began to race. She knew for a fact that her family had lived in Watertown in 1980 during the exact month of the murders. She read the details of the crime. A teenage couple, Tim Hack and Kelly Drew, had disappeared from a wedding reception. Their bodies were found weeks later in a nearby field. They had been brutally murdered. The police had released a description of a suspicious man seen near the reception, and as April looked at the sketch, she realized it looked exactly like her father. April made a brave, agonizing decision. The next morning, she called the Watertown Police Department and told them she believed her father was responsible for the cold case. The police took her tip seriously. They tracked down Ed Edwards, who was now an old man living in a trailer in Kentucky, and obtained a sample of his DNA. When the lab results came back, it was an absolute match. Ed Edwards' DNA was all over the evidence from the 1,980 crime scene. Ed was arrested and extradited to Wisconsin. Once he was in a small interrogation room, the facade of the reformed citizen completely shattered. He quickly confessed to the murders of Tim and Kelly. But then, he did something even more bizarre. He began demanding that the state execute him. He wanted the death penalty. When the prosecutors told him that Wisconsin did not have the death penalty and that his maximum sentence would be life in prison, Ed grew incredibly frustrated. He wanted control over his own death. So, to force their hand, he confessed to another double murder from 1,977 Inches, Ohio, where he had killed another young teenage couple, Billy Lavaco and Judy Straub. But due to a legal loophole, the Ohio charges still did not guarantee his execution. Outraged, Ed finally revealed a fifth murder. In 1996, he had murdered his own 25-year-old foster son, Danny Boy Edwards, in order to collect a massive life insurance payout. Because of the financial motive and the nature of the crime, this finally made him eligible for capital punishment. Ed was sentenced to death, just as he had wanted. However, he would die of natural causes in prison in 2011, just weeks before his scheduled execution. Since his death, cold case detectives and criminal investigators have realized that Ed Edwards was almost certainly one of the most prolific serial killers in American history. Many experts believe he is responsible for dozens of unsolved murders across the country, spanning from the 1950s all the way to the 1990s. There is even a highly compelling theory, supported by some law enforcement officials, that Ed Edwards was the Zodiac Killer, the infamous unidentified monster who terrorized Northern California in the late 1960s. If that theory is correct, it means that when Ed Edwards walked onto the stage of To Tell the Truth in October of 1972, he was not a reformed man who had put his past behind him. He was an active, cold-blooded serial killer. As he stood before the bright studio lights, smiling and waving to the cheering audience, he had already taken the lives of multiple innocent people. He had used a national television show to feed his massive ego, playing a game of lies in front of millions of viewers, while his victims lay buried in shallow graves across the country. These 5 stories, as different as they are, all share a deeply haunting common thread. They show us that the world is a far more mysterious, unpredictable, and sometimes terrifying place than we dare to admit. They remind us that the stranger walking past us in a crowded store, the sudden urge that saves a life, the scientific institutions we trust, or even the smiling face on a classic television screen can hold secrets that defy explanation. So what do you think? Which of these stories unsettled you the most? Because the truth is, stories like these don't just exist on the internet. They happen in real life. Sometimes they happen a lot closer than we'd like to believe. Maybe don't watch it alone.